Okay, high speed and cross 36 right at wind kilo, ground 85, envoy 37.
Runway DFW, Runway DFW, ooh, I'm the DFW, new Runway DFW.
Fast crosses downfield, line up away, 36 right, downfield,
Runway DFW, Runway DFW, ooh, and Runway DFW, Runway DFW, Runway DFW, Runway DFW.
Out of the glow of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
The following program comes to you in color.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Waltz Werko.
And a
very happy new year to you from Runway DFW. It's a new year, it's 2025, so let's get going with a brand new year of plane spotting from one of the world's busiest airports on Runway DFW. We are glad you can be with us here on the first day of 2025. Our first event, well, our main event today, we should say, is going to be the arrival of the Airbus A380 from London. The British Airways has put this equipment on hold as far as DFW goes for the last couple of months. So this will be the first time we've seen it since, I think, October. And we were here when it was last here, and we're here when it's coming back. So we're glad you could be with us. We're at our usual location at Founders Plaza, the friendly confines here at DFW International Airport. And I'm very glad you could be with us today. Our first event, our first big jet of the day is going to be Turkish. Flight 291 from Istanbul. It'll be a 7879 Dreamliner. Now we are in North Flow today, so all the planes are coming from the south, which is not ideal for this location, but we'll make do. Now let's put our little graphics in here. That. And to let you know what time it is, that. Let's see if we can get some messages in here before this plane comes in. There's O'Malley, one of our longest term members of the channel and one of our mods. O'Malley, Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for your support, your very entertaining comments.
Departure envoy 3644.
And a special Happy New Year to all of our mods. You know, I'm just a man with a camera, but the mods really provide the true entertainment. So if you don't watch this channel with the comments turned on, you really ought to. As you can see, as is common here in the daytime, we do get some haze, heat haze. Now, it's not very hot today. And it's supposed to get colder here in North Texas. But temperature right now, 49 degrees in the Fahrenheit range. Wind out of the north-northeast at, what was it? 6 miles an hour, so not very much. This aircraft from Istanbul was in the sky for 12 hours and 38 minutes. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, pretty new plane, 4 years old. And it's headed over to Terminal D, the international terminal of action here. So we'll get a better view of the departures today. They go up in the sky past us. The next departure is going to be a Spirit Airbus A321 Neo, flight 3711 going to Las Vegas. Next to arrive, however, and I think we'll see this arrive before the Spirit plane takes off, is American Flight 2719 from Phoenix, Arizona. On Runway DFW, live on New Year's Day 2025. So I'm getting the American plane inside of our camera too. Rohit Parkal with a Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you, Rohit. I think finally we've achieved the time when the whole world is now switched over to the year 2025. When we were here with you yesterday morning from Dallas Love Field, that was not the case. We were still in 2024. We saw Wellington and Auckland move into the new year. We saw Sydney move into the new year, and Brisbane. Here's a look at Founders Plaza. We expect to see a crowd here today for the arrival of the A380, or for the return of the A380. Always a popular aircraft here. We only see, well, you know, in 2024 we only saw one A380 a day, and that was the British Airways flight, and that will be the case through March, when British Airways will suspend its Dallas service. And at that time, American Airlines will add a 5th daily flight betwixt here and London town. And then we'll be without the King of the Skies here at DFW until, I believe it's the end of August, when Qantas is scheduled to bring its King of the Skies back to DFW after a long absence. We are looking at messages now. Sawyer? What was that? I couldn't read your message. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. We were just wondering what you were doing.
Well, this is a live YouTube broadcast on Runway DFW channel. Watch the planes taking off and landing and stuff like that. Emre Yurchis with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emre. He asked, where is that Spirit flight going to? I believe it was Las Vegas. Thank you for your support of the channel, Emre. One of our mods, Ms. Wolves 13, giving that Spirit flight the 3-banana treatment. Thank you. And Emre, this was another message earlier. Where is this Spirit flight going to? Did we answered that? Yes. Oh, what just landed is what he asked. Another $2 super chat. And I believe what landed at the time was, let's see, we had a Turkish flight coming in, and we had an American flight. American flight 79 from London Heathrow, one of currently 4 American Airlines flights that originate in London. And that's coming in right now. It's a 777. You know, Emre, he sends those He often sends those messages with questions, and I try to get to them as soon as I can. Sometimes he's way ahead of me. So Emre, I apologize if I on occasion miss your question in the immediate sense. This flight, sub 10 hours, 9 hours and 42 minutes from London. And this is coming in 45 minutes early, so they must have had a good tailwind or something. According to Flight Radar 24, this plane left about 10 minutes after schedule, which is, that sounds pretty reasonable. So they made up some time en route. Let me see if I can get caught up with messages here. Dale Hilton, channel member, says Happy New Year, Walt and Moderation Federation. Thank you, Dale. Here comes Texas Girl, who's over here. What do we got? Okay, ABX Air. What is the? All right, there's an ABX Air flight, which is a 767, diverting to Cincinnati. It left Cincinnati and was coming here, but apparently it's going back to Cincinnati. Where is that right now? That's somewhere over Arkansas. So something happened, and it's going back to where it came from after being in the air for an hour and 40 minutes. So that's odd. Maybe they left a package or something. Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I guess we won't be seeing that plane. Yeah. O'Malley says, hello, Texas Girl.
Hello, Melly. We got about an hour, and what's her name? They're going to be here.
X-Ray Plane Spotting, who I got a chance to meet last year. Says Happy New Year, Walt, to you and your followers. He has a plane spotting channel. He comes to us from Cuba. He lives now in Texas, but on his channel he's got a lot of old Soviet-era planes that Cubana has been flying. Navy Jack says, what a nice sunny day. Thanks for another stream. I am happy to bring you that. So I see Anna, the dispatcher, in the channel. Hello, Anna. Gerard, one of our great mods, and a channel member. Thank you, Gerard, for being here on New Year's Day. Let me see if I missed anybody. I thought I saw. Warren Rodriguez says it'd be fun to see a water salute for the A380 at DFW. I don't think we're going to see that. You know, we didn't even see one of those for when Fiji came in, which I was expecting. The British Airways flight, little less than an hour and a half away on its flight from London. The A380, which we haven't seen here, and it just seems like too long, right? Now I thought I saw, and I did, our good pal Wellington Flights Live, and I hate to miss his greetings here. He's been chatting away with all of his fans. The random spotter, Luke, from up in Iowa, says Happy New Year, Walt and Charlene. Looks very warm there today. It's not warm, but the sun there's not a lot of wind. The wind is less than 10 miles an hour, and it is sunny, and that helps. And so it's not quite shirt sleeve weather here, but for January 1st, I'm not complaining. It's supposed to get colder next week. Rohit Parkal with a Happy New Year. I didn't mean to miss that. Thank you, Rohit. Anna the dispatcher. with a woohoo. And there's Wellington Flights Live. I had to go back in our scroll to see that. Happy New Year, everyone. Hello to me and to the lovely Ms. Wolves. You were on the air, Kevin, at Wellington Flights Live for New Year's Eve. And oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Qatar from Doha, about an hour and a half away. That will be an A350 1000. So we've got that to look forward to in addition to the big A380. Okay. Thank you. Texas Girl was here when I started to set up. She just popped in. I've got a couple of new members to welcome. This happened before we went on the air. Alan Lee is now a Twin Jet member of the channel, and Zachary T, also a member of the Twin Jet category of membership at Runway DFW. Thank you so much to you. Let me see. There's not a lot happening right now. M&J Butzer. Good afternoon, Walt, from snowy Ohio. Snowy. Wow. We better get back to the planes here. There's stuff happening. After all, that's what you came to see. I'll tell you what this is as soon as I finish taking pictures of it. So we'll see a lot of that today, and of course it's American Airlines. We'll see a lot of American Airlines here. If you're new to Runway DFW, welcome. It is the home of American Airlines, and about, I guess 80, a little more than 80% of the flights here are operated by American or American Eagle. Here's a look at the big flag to the east of us. And it's a big flag, so it needs some wind to get really popped out there. And it's as you can see, it's pretty calm today. And of course, the flag is at half staff in honor of President Jimmy Carter, who died a few days ago. Let's see if we can get the tail end of this plane coming in from Mexico City. American Flight 2006 and Airbus A320 from Mexico City.
71 DFW Tower, traffic is underway. Runway 36 right, line up away.
Line up away, 36 right, line 4271.
And this is a turn-of-the-century plane from the year 2000. Now for you cargo aficionados, you might be wondering what we got over in the UPS lot today. And it looks like pretty slim pickings today. We've got 4 planes there, including the one in the center there, the MD-11. And, I guess as this year begins, I have to wonder, will this be the last year we see the MD-11 in operation? I don't know what the retirement plans are specifically for UPS and also for FedEx, which operates that type, but both have announced that their MD-11 aircraft are on the way out in favor of newer planes as they get delivered. Newer, more efficient, more modern aircraft. But so we'll keep an eye on the MD-11, especially on our nighttime streams, for as long as we possibly can to kind of document their final use here in the U.S. And I would suspect that the MDs will continue to be used in other parts of the world, as most older aircraft are.
4216 departure.
That's Delta Flight 2970, which came in from Minneapolis. It's a Airbus A220. It is, I guess, waiting for its authority to head to its parking space at Terminal E, which is on the other side of the airport. It's got to cross over runway 36 right, and to do that it's got to wait till that runway is cleared for other planes which are taking off. Michael Valandre has favored us with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Hi, Walt. Happy 2025. Do people call it 2025 or just 2025? I'm never sure. Because when it was like 1999, few people would call it 1999, unless they were doing some song lyrics or something. Our next flight out is Frontier Flight 1405 to Ontario, California, with Monty the Margay Cat up on its tail. So what we will do now is focus on the departure area, which is literally about, well, I know it's more than a mile away. It's probably close to 2 miles from where we are. Ascending Dragon 1 says, gotta get back to work. Well, Ascending Dragon 1 is, of course, the husband of Anna the Dispatcher, which accounts for that familiar language there. So we're seeing some plane. Oh, here comes, I think. Here comes the Frontier flight. So Ascending Dragon 1 is in the cockpit crew of American Eagle flights. There is Margay the cat. Meow.
Today, 1405.
Matthew Castro says howdy from the black RAV4 right behind you. Happy New Year. Well, we now have him in our sights. Thank you for that.
American 415, DFW Tower, runway 36 left, clear to land, wind 360 at 5.
Boeing 777 lover says, which side do you think the A380 will land on? I have never seen it not land on the west side, which is where we are. I'm sure that it could land over there, but I think the problem is that I don't think the bridges which connect the both sides of the airport are engineered to handle a plane of its magnitude. I think the smaller 747s can negotiate that, but I think the larger 747s are also similarly restricted. So I guess in a pinch they could probably send it over, but Yeah, we'll see the A380 come over here. Now, our view of it will be very similar to this, although since it's, and what we're looking at there, by the way, is American Flight, no, I'm sorry, that's it. Yeah, American Flight 1601 from Cancun. We've got an Aero Mexico flight now going out to Mexico City, I think.
Air Mexico 1689.
And as we've noted recently, Aeromexico has upgraded its equipment to DFW. It used to fly Embraer E190s here. It's a fairly large, well, it's the largest version of the E-Jet, but it is now flying the MAX 8 in and out of Mexico City.
RNAV to G-Line, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
So who do I see? I see H. Dot in the channel here. Hello, H. Dot.
Departure, we'll see you on Boeing 3761.
She's greeting everyone. Here's H. Dot saying hello to me and mods, lurkers, chatters. Happy New Year to those I haven't caught up with. Yeah, it's been a busy 24 hours for people who like to do plane spotting online. Of course, Kevin and Rudy had their big New Year's Eve show, which I got to see a little bit of. My wife and I were driving around and we did hear their interview with Later Tater, the famous, well, the now famous air traffic controller whose last day of work for the FAA was yesterday. And he is one entertaining guy. I think he could have a career in, I don't know, whatever he wanted to do. He could have a podcast. But I'm sure we haven't heard the last of him with Kevin and Rudy. That was American Flight 1123, headed to San Diego in Airbus A321. And way off in the distance, we got a flight from Austin, Texas, which just touched down. It's American Flight 415, 737-800. Let's see, I got a new phone and
American 415 has the Echo Yankee, hold short runway 36 right.
Echo Yankee, 36 right,
and I'm having to log into a lot of things that I don't normally have to. Let's see here. So now I'm trying to log into Jet Tip. Oh, there it is. Jet Tip, of course, is a great resource for getting information about what's happening.
American 415 at Yankee, cross runway 36 right, contact ground point 65 on top of the bridge.
I'm seeing, well, of course, we've got the British Airways A380 coming in within the next, I'd say, probably 90 minutes or so. Excuse me. Air France, scheduled to be here momentarily from Paris. We've got Asiana Cargo 747 set to arrive in about 30 minutes. In about 90 minutes, the one of the 2 daily flights by Qatar, this will be the A350-1000. This is all arrivals, and then at 2:45-ish, the Qantas flight from Melbourne. And then the Turkish flight we saw come in is headed back to Istanbul around 3 o'clock. And a China Airlines Cargo 747 is also scheduled to take off about 3 o'clock. So we've got lots of heavy jet action on the way here for you at Runway DFW. Although right now it's a little light. Beth F says Happy New Year to all, and oh, this is fortuitous because Beth F has favored us with some new drawings. And those of you who frequent Runway DFW know that Beth F is just quite an accomplished artist. I don't know if she's a professional or if this is just a hobby of hers, but she's really good. And so let me call up the information about this artwork so that I know what we're talking about. That's not it. Okay. So now we're going to call up the images that Beth F has shared with us, and be prepared. These are good. Okay, so here's the first one. It's an Emirates A380, the underbelly view, and she said that was done for her friend William. So that is just, it's the detail, it's definitely a sketch, but it almost looks photographic. It's really good. Next one, let me take out our logo there in the corner of the screen so you get a better view of this. Let me take that out. There. Okay, so obviously this is a Delta. It's a plane we don't see anymore. It's a Delta L1011 TriStar. And Beth F said this was drawn for AVL Mod and her friend Allison N. So again, makes you wish we still could see those. Now this next one, as we savor that one, this next one is a little whimsical, a little more whimsical than all these. It is a shot of a Lufthansa A380, Mike November, requested by Beth F's friend Dre. As she explains, there are burgers, fries, drinks, pretzels, donuts, Nodel, a German potato dumpling, and McDonald's dessert pies. And and we were talking about later Tater a little earlier. Well, first of all, let's look at. I know you can't, if you're looking at a small screen, even if you're looking at a big screen, there's a lot to see there. So we did some details here. There is some of the fast food, which I guess is coming out of the cockpit. I guess. And she even drew the In and Out logo under the Lufthansa script. I don't know if that can be seen there. But also, we were talking about later Tater, and there's what later Tater was saying. Lufthansa 453 Super, contact SoCal departure, auf Wiedersehen, y'all. Was that a burger bun? That's my later Tater impersonation. That's not very good. There's only one later Tater, but isn't that really just crazy good? Beth F, ladies and gentlemen. So glad she chooses to share her delightful art with us here at Runway DFW. There's a plane landing. Let me see if I can get back to our screen here. American Eagle Flight 3582 from Colombia, and Airbus, and Embraer 170.
Envoy 35, 90.
And everybody says, isn't that the LAX control tower? It sure was
That's right.
in that picture from Beth. That was definitely the LAX control tower. So Beth knows her stuff.
American 1812 to up that chart for the visual 36
American 1812 tower, runway 36 left, clear.
All right, back to the planes.
36 left, American 1812.
We have a yellow bird on approach from Los Angeles, an Airbus A320 Flight 362 here on runway DFW. H. says, we will miss Later Tater. He really, I mean, you know, it's hard to find a way to be distinctive in an industry where you're really just supposed to be, you know, it's kind of like Dragnet, just the facts man, ma'am. But, you know, he found a way, whether it was intentional or just, you know, just one of those things, he found a way to make his appearances be distinctive. And I'm sure that pilots probably appreciated that. This is Flight 362 from Los Angeles, the Spirit Airlines plane. Oh, this is the... And one reason it doesn't look as distinctive, I think this is decked out in its older livery. It's not a yellow bird. It's the what's sometimes referred to as the birthday cake livery. We won't get to see too much of it from this angle, but definitely not yellow.
Ground 65 on the bridge and at Yankee Cross 36 right, flight 3582.
And again, that sun is heating up the pavement and the grass that's between our lens and that aircraft, and so that accounts for the oasis-like image of this aircraft.
Echo 2, Echo Yankee, hold short 36 right, Spirit Wing 362.
American 114 on that, G-Mon, runway 36 right, clear takeoff.
Take a little better look at the livery as it makes its way to the crossover spot on its way to Terminal E over on the east side of the airport.
Spirit 362 at Yankee Cross runway 36 right, contact ground point 65 on top of the bridge.
Cross runway 36 right at Yankee and then contact 65 open to breeze. 362.
Founders Plaza, a few parking spaces obtainable at this time. We expect it to be fully populated by the time that the British Airways A380 gets here. So stand by for that. Andrea Molson, channel member, lauding the artwork of Beth F. I'm sure we've seen a lot of those. The Peacock A380 has been a member now of this channel for 6 months. Happy New Year, y'all, says he. Now that's not something they say in Australia, is it? But thank you so much for that. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a happy New Year. Emery Yurtis with a $5 super chat says, was the L-1011 was the Delta plane that flew flight 191 when it crashed in DFW. Well, that is certainly something that happened, and not one of the more happy days of DFW history, as the airport this month enters into its 51st year of operation. The airport celebrated 50 years last month, or last year. So we're now into the second half century here at DFW Airport. Harry T says, Walt should try to get Kevin and Rudy to DFW one day to stream from there. Well, Kevin has been here twice now for streaming, and on the second occasion he brought Rudy along with him. So we had a great time when those guys were here, and I look forward to them coming again. In fact, they had tentatively planned to come here in September, I think it was. But it didn't work out. I think that was after Kevin of Airline Videos Live suffered his injury. So this is Air France Flight 158, just touching down from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, a 7879 Dreamliner. A flight of 9 hours and 56 minutes. So far, the flights we've seen from both Paris and London have come in under 10 hours. And I'm seeing now Asiana Cargo Flight 242, which will be headed to Seattle, is now on the radar. It is a 747-400. A 22-year-old plane, and we're talking about the Asiana plane. Of course, this is the year I think we will see the official merger of Asiana and Korean Air. So who knows what that means in terms of how much longer we'll be seeing the Asiana logo around, because I think that designation is to be retired with the merger. So the Asiana cargo plane, well, it was scheduled to depart at 5:15 a.m., so it's running a little bit behind schedule, but of course cargo planes in general, I mean, I'm sure they have to be where they've got to be at certain times, but they don't have passengers to contend with. Just shipping agents, I guess. All right, American Flight 175 to Haneda Airport in Tokyo is now on the mark for departure. Something's happening to our... That's weird. All right, having a little bit of problem with our switcher here. All right, so there's the 787-8 Dreamliner, the smaller of the Dreamliners that American has in its fleet. American doesn't have any Dash 10s, just 8s and 9s. This is Flight 175, as I said, going to Tokyo. 9-year-old plane. And it's almost right on schedule. It's scheduled to depart at 1:45, and I'm sure it left the gate by then. So here we go, off to Tokyo.
Envoy 3819, traffic holds up position at Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, contact ground 25.
Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, ground 25, Envoy 3819.
American 175 heavy, contact departure.
Switch in, good day, American 175.
Next to check in, Delta Flight 2800 from Salt Lake City.
American 1957, runway 36 right, line of point.
It's an Airbus A220. And this plane also arriving early, scheduled for 2:21. So pretty close to a half hour early today.
Delta 2800, taxi via Echo 2, Echo Yankee, hold short runway 36.
Flight from Salt Lake, just under 2 hours.
American 1957, RNAV 2G, behind runway 36 right, subject off.
Breaker says, I love how the temperature is still up. And I just switched over to a camera which apparently is not working anymore. Alright, so we're down to 3 cameras now. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. Now let me reposition our now non-functional camera. Hang on a second. Let me put on a bit of music here, just enough to get us through this this transition, and I'll be right back with you on Runway DFW.
Switch to departure, American 1957.
right, I got back in time. Yeah, I was trying out a second wireless camera today, and for some reason, it didn't want to work. So I'll have to double check on that. Joshua LeClaire as saying good afternoon to everyone, as does Dave Henderson. Lots of New Year's greetings coming in here on Runway DFW. And I do, if you're just joining us, I do hope you had a fantastic New Year's Eve. This is Runway DFW and I. We went out to Chili's for an early dinner. As we watch, this is the plane that was said to be diverting to Cincinnati, but it's not. This is the ABX Air Flight 502, so I guess we had some bad information there. This 767 coming in from Cincinnati. So whatever that diversion information was inaccurate. This is likely to be the oldest plane we will see today.
1983.
1983, yikes. 41 years old is this plane. Actually, it'll turn 42 this year if it makes it to August. ABX Air. Generally, ABX Air operates aircraft that are painted in the DHL mustard and ketchup livery to this, between here and Cincinnati. Today it's just an ABX airplane, and it's in silhouette, so we can't really see the livery too well. It's essentially white with a big A and ABX here, and then a red stripe that goes down the fuselage. So scratch the information we had about ABX Air returning to Cincinnati, or diverting to Cincinnati, so. Tails out, headed to the cargo area. The 747 has now also left its terminal. We're talking about the Asiana Flight 242 going to Seattle. And so we should be able to see it, albeit at a pretty far distance, somewhere in this shot in the next few moments. So some more big, heavy jet action for you here at Runway DFW. Johnny Dodge says, "Dang, I'm older than that plane." LOL. William Quigley, one of our Twin Jet channel members, says Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you, William. So for some reason, apparently our other camera restarted. I'm going to try to fire that thing up again. Interesting. Well, I guess we won't be using that.
American 877, Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, and contact ground 25.
Cross runway 36 right and Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 135, American 877.
So have we seen the 747 now? I think it has escaped our attention. Go over here though. There it is. There is the Queen of the Skies. Again, it's going to Seattle. And it'll be taking off in front of us.
Aviation 242 Heavy R9 to Haskell, runway 36 right, clip takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff. Four is greater than 2.
Onboard 3880 DFW Tower, Causeway Terminus, runway 36 right, line of weight. 36 right, line up and wait, onboard 3880. American 453, Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, then contact ground 185.
Echo, Whiskey Kilo, cross 36 right, American 453.
Asiana 242 Heavy, contact Portsmouth.
Contact Central, Asiana 242D.
You know, it was interesting listening to later Tater, the now retired LAX flight controller, talking about how he would, you know, how you have to deal with different pilots, because, you know, if you're dealing with an international pilot, the international pilot may not be familiar with all the U.S. idioms like y'all and things like that. So he noted that you have to be real careful when you are communicating with a pilot whose native language is not English, because of course, as I'm sure you know, the universal language of aircraft is English, but not everybody speaks it natively, of course. Sawyer 9827 says American flight 62 minutes out, coming in from Tokyo. And I do see it. It's second in line to take off, or to land rather. Prior to that, did I just do that? I guess I just did. I don't mean to swing the camera around like that. I got so many cameras that we shouldn't have to subject you to that kind of camera movement, but so I apologize for that. Johnny Dodge says 777 just came over from Tokyo. It was low and slow. So our next arrival is Flight 3184 from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321neo. That's American Airlines. And then right behind it is American Flight 60, a 777-200 from Narita Airport in Tokyo. I see Skittles in the house, in the chat. Hello to you, Skittles. Johnny Dodge says we blew off quite a few fireworks with the neighbors. I was wondering who buys all those fireworks. Here in Texas, these firework stands pop up. They're only allowed to be sold legally during certain times of the year. I know, of course, during the 4th of July holiday area and right before New Year's. I don't know who goes and buys those things. But now we know it's Johnny Dodge. All right, we'll get set to look forward to Flight 60. Let's see, is that camera's working? That camera's working. Okay.
American 3184, taxi via Echo Whiskey Juliet, hold short, runway 36 right.
Echo Whiskey Juliet, hold short, 36 right, American 3184.
Gerard, our moderator and channel member, with a €2 super chat. Just a reminder, in 100 days, it's Easter. Wow, you think ahead, Gerard. I'm not even thinking ahead till next week, and you're already into Easter. This flight, arriving from Tokyo, is a 20th century 777.
1999.
25 years old. It is. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I missed that. It is coming in right on time. Estimated to arrive at 2:10, and well, there it is. And it left Tokyo about 15 minutes after its scheduled departure. 11 hours and 25 minutes in the air on a route that has taken it 6,427 miles. Yeah, plane, an American Airlines Heritage livery just took off. Looked like Allegheny or... I'll find out here in a second. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you. It was the Allegheny Retro livery off to Los Angeles flight 1997. Hey, we even would have had a jingle for that one. So this is not Pokemon, right? Was this Pokemon slogan? Gotta catch 'em all? Is that it? I'm not much of a gamer. Well, I'll amend that. I'm none of a gamer, but the only game I only play word puzzle games. I play Wordament, like Tournament, but Wordament. It's a really great game if you like word puzzles. It's a 4x4 grid of letters, and you get 2 minutes to try to find as many words horizontally, vertically, front or backwards, that you can scroll over with your fingers. I've been playing it for years. It's just a great time filler. And the nice thing is you play in real time against others around the world. And then at the end of 2 minutes, you get your score. So you find out how you did against all these other people around the world. And I've played thousands and thousands of, probably hundreds of thousands of Wordament games in my spare time. I've only made it to the top 10, I think, maybe 10 times, but never to number 1. But if you're looking for a casual, you can play it on any device, well, any phone. And it's free. So anyway, that's my endorsement, unpaid endorsement of Wordament. We have a message from Smoke and Slice Barbecue over in Arkansas. No, Louisiana, sorry. Hello everyone, Happy New Year. Harper is in her swing with Runway DFW on the TV. That's his new baby, who I think they sent us a picture of last year. And they've stopped by here at least once or twice that I've been here, Smoke and Slice Barbecue, so good to see you here, and Happy New Year to you. The Random Spotter says, I'm still in awe of all these fireworks going off for several hours in Honolulu, but they're illegal. How do they get there? You would think that would be a hard thing to do.
Okay, 36 left, clear the line by 1969.
Got some narrow bodies on the way here. The first of which will be Flight 2302 from Querétaro, Mexico, American Airlines 737. Well, just because it's more fun to watch planes taking off. Let's see what we can do to bring you American Eagle Flight 4920. Headed off to Aspen, Colorado. This will be a CRJ 701 ER variety. It's coming from somewhere down there. Anna, the dispatcher, says, I am still so charmed by the lack of intense winter here in DFW. Now, Anna, don't jinx us, please. Please, do not jinx us. I think we all know that the end of January and February is usually the most intense period of winter that we get here. That is the flight from Querétaro just landing. I'm trying to find this small little Mitsubishi jet somewhere down there. No, it hasn't started departing yet, according to Flight Radar 24. Rohit says, lunch eaten, dogs fed. Now Runway DFW time. we have Skittles checking in, as you can see there, gifting 5 Runway DFW memberships. Skittles, you are a charmer. Thank you so much for that. And we welcome all 5 new members to the channel. We've got a little bit of downtime here. Let's let us do this since we haven't really done it yet.
Happy New Year to you.
Yes, Happy New Year from here, all of us here, well, me, at Runway DFW. Hope you had a great New Year's Eve, and I trust that your new year, as good as your last year may have been, will be even better this year.
Happy New Year.
So we should be now within the hour. We should be seeing the King of the Skies, the A380, returning here to DFW Airport in Texas.
Echo Yankee, short 36
Should old acquaintance be forgot? Happy New Year to you.
How are you? We're always happy to see you.
Oh, hello. What?
My hands are
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. What's your name? Asher. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Walt.
You're always in our YouTube.
Aw, thank you so much. Well, thank you. Turn around and wave to everybody right over there. There's our camera right there. Asher. There you go. Thank you. All right, what do we got going on here? Flight 521 from LAX. It's Delta. It is an Airbus A319. It's a 22-year-old plane. Doesn't qualify for a jingle. Well, even if it did, I don't have any jingles from the 21st century, so that explains that. Our next arrival at DFW Airport is, at least here on the east side, the west side. Well, actually, on either side. It's flight 3547 American Eagle from Chihuahua in Mexico. This will be an Embraer 175 once I get it lined up in our sights here. Oh, there it is. Coming in from the top. And I see now on the radar screen American Flight 71 coming in from Frankfurt. That's a 777. That'll be here in about 3 minutes or so. After this plane lands, there's one between this and the triple coming in.
Tower, American 71 Heavy, 6 out, 361.
American 71 Heavy, DFW Tower, wind 020 at 7, runway 36 left, clear to land. Delta 422, pressure Delta 521 at Yankee Cross.
So we welcome Lance DATL, Chia, Katie Ensor, and Lady Cat, all new members of the channel thanks to
Sorry about that.
the
Delta 521,
largesse
Yankee cross,
of our
36
friend
over to ground point 65,
Skittles
Delta
from
521.
up there in Washington State.
47, Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, and contact ground point 85.
Paul Barnett says hello. Happy New Year from the UK, watching the A380 as I'm on it 2 weeks tomorrow flying to DFW. Well, that's super. Maybe we'll be here when you get here. 2 weeks from tomorrow. We're usually not here on, well, let's see. That would be a Thursday. Usually not here on a Thursday in the daytime, as I'm normally in the daytime on a weekday. I'm normally doing my regular job. I would have made an exception for the A380 returning had this not been a holiday here in the U.S. So I didn't have to go to work today.
4111, how long do you think that project will take? 3 more minutes. Project runway 36 right, close.
They've closed runway 36 right here, which is the takeoff runway. Apparently, I heard something about an object on the runway that has to be removed, so I guess they're going to be sending a ground team out there to deal with that. Here comes Flight 71 from Frankfurt.
Runway 777, 1 mile final. Runway 36 left, clear to land.
Okay, right. Right there at the end of the runway.
1999.
They're just now.
Another 20th century 777.
Now crossing over. The Oklahoma, Texas border. Crossing over there right now. That's the Red River. 26 miles.
And in fact, this will celebrate its
Okay. So, yeah, they're entering.
26th year this month.
Be ready.
This plane arriving more than 30 minutes early. After a 10-hour and 20-minute trip from Deutschland. Even though it took off about 15 minutes late.
American 71 Heavy, Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, and contact ground 185.
Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, cleared to cross, 36 right.
It's 777-200ER.
Down American 1691, on the visual, 36 left.
American 1691 DFW Tower, wind 020 at 5, runway 36 left, clear to land.
So land 36 left, American 1691.
Coming around the corner, we'll see it in a few minutes. American Flight 176 from Haneda Airport in Tokyo. 777-8, sorry. That'll be a Dreamliner, a Dash 8 Dreamliner.
Tower, Paul 1136 right, open. Happy New Year.
Runway 36 right, open.
So we got American Flight 1830 coming in from Guadalajara. Twill be, or it is, a 737-800. Guadalajara, Mexico, of course.
Skywatch 4920, runway 36 right, line of weight. It'll be about another minute on the runway.
36 right, line of weight, Skywatch 4920, thanks.
I haven't seen any vehicles on 36 right. I did hear some chatter about an object on the runway. Oh, there's a vehicle. Maybe it has grabbed whatever was seen on the runway. Of course, they've got to be very careful about anything that's not supposed to be there. And they've got people ready to scramble whenever there's a something to be looked into. Honk in sequential order if you love Runway DFW. Skittles, in addition to that very nice gift of memberships, has now sent us a $20.25 super chat. Happy 2025, everyone. Please keep up the wonderful work. Well, I will. Runway DFW always produced with such precision, very classy production as well. A true tribute to its originator. Awesome channel. And no, I didn't pay her to say that, but thank you, Skittles, for those really kind words.
American 1830 Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, contact ground point 85.
As I've explained before, I look at this channel as really just a way to be creative in my old age. You know, I've gained all these skills as far as photography and video and graphics and things, and you know, I've been doing it for other people since 1975, and 3 years ago, was at the end of 2021, inspired by people like Kevin of Airline Videos Live and Jerry of Big Jet TV. I thought, well, maybe I'll try that myself. There's nobody doing that here. Here's the it's the Medal of Honor livery, this American Airlines plane. I think they call it Flagship Valor. Steve Lundaby is being very generous in this new year, gifting 10 Runway DFW memberships, and you hear the jingles of all the new members, including Dr. C, Brian Pounder, XL Aviation Spotting, you Ulrich, Gareth L, Michael Ogulnik, Carolyn Crowder. New members of the channel, courtesy of Steve Lundaby. Thank you, Steve. And modest person that he is, he says, you're all very welcome. Thank you, Steve. Have a great new year. What a nice community we have. And Skittles, I hear tell that you're going to be headed to Australia this year, later this year, for a, what they call it, Spotter Fest. I'm very jealous. I do hope to be able to see you later this year at the 2025 Cranky Dork Fest weekend, which I've penciled in now. I've been there for 2 years in a row now, and I something I can't miss now. So that'll be in mid-September, and I think we're going to do the same thing we did last year. We're going to go to Cranky Dork Fest for the weekend, hang out with all our pals, and then head on over to Seoul so I can hang out with my son and maybe do some more streams from Incheon Airport. And I think I've read, as we watch the Flight 176 coming in from Haneda, I think I've read that Korean Air will be shifting its service from LAX from the A380 to the 747. And as those of you who follow the channel know, I did get my first ever ride on the A380 from LAX to Seoul on Korean Air last year. And I am pretty keen to get, I've never been on a 747, even though, you know, they've been around for, well, as long as I've been around. And so I think I will, that's kind of my thinking now, is to make sure that Korean Air is going to fly the 747 on that date, and I will hop on that and see if I can check that one off my bingo card. It's a plan anyway. Just to say I've done it.
Archer, take care of 439.
Marco Hinton, channel member, says it's always good to have the A380 back at DFW. I really can't wait until Big Red Qantas A380 returns in August. That should be a treat. I know it's been here before, but I don't think I'd ever seen the Qantas A380 here. I wonder if they'll be painting that one with a cowboy hat on the kangaroo's head, which they did. Was that with the A380 or was that with the 747? I can't remember when they flew that here. But somebody sent me a picture of the Qantas jumbo jet, whether it was an A380 or a 747, and one of the ones they sent here had a cowboy hat emblazoned on top of the roo at the top of the tail. Harry T says 21 minutes now to the A380, and it's probably even closer than that now. Skittles admits to being a little nervous about the Australia flight. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know if you got your tickets yet, Skittles. My suggestion, I don't know, it's just me. As much as I like the window, I think, and I'm assuming you're not going to be in first class or business class, but if you got a flight coach, I'm on a flight that long, I'm going to say you got to be in an aisle seat if you can possibly make that happen. Just to be able to have the freedom to get up and stretch your legs, or because that's what I really missed, was the freedom to get up. The first time I went to Korea, which was in 2016, it was a round trip on American from here at DFW, and I had enough advantage miles, plus there was a really, really super good deal on first class seats, so I got to fly first class back and forth. It was on a 777, and I got kind of spoiled by that, to be honest. And I've heard Noel Phillips essentially say the same thing. Now, he travels a lot of coach, but when he can, he travels at a higher class.
Echo Yankee Hotel.
Noel Phillips, of course, being the YouTuber who does all sorts of worldwide travel, and he did a kind of a wrap-up program where he was traveling to his final 3 or 4 states of the U.S. that he'd not set foot in before. And so along the way he listed all the flights he'd made cumulatively during 2024, and he like effectively traveled around the world 3 times. And that's in addition to getting his pilot's license. So he's a busy chap. So we salute our friend. I never got the chance to meet him, but I hope someday to run into him. Noel Phillips. He lives down in Houston now, after coming to us from England. Josh is encouraging
Departure 3994, good day.
a little encouragement to Skittles. He's done that trip 8 times. Yikes. Johnny Dodge doing a little spotting for us. The A380 is over Carrollton now.
Cross 36 right.
Skittles says there's only one other person sitting beside me. Window, farthest back seat, left side of the plane. Well, that's good. I don't. It's not my favorite thing to have to scramble over multiple people when you have to get up. And you do have to get up on a flight of that nature. All right, just to the east of us. Oh, I think I see it. Now, will I be able to make it out here? That's not working. In the sky, I see the British Airways A300, 380. But my screen is not big enough to see it to me. So if you're watching on a giant screen TV, you may be able to see the A380 in the sky up there. But for whatever reason... Oh, wait, is that it? Well, at any rate, it's looping around. We'll see it soon. Flight going up. Yeah, I just cannot make out that plane. But yeah, just minutes away now. It's going to be early. It was scheduled for 3 o'clock, and was it scheduled for 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock? I think it was 4 o'clock, so it's going to be here really early. A crowd is now assembling along the quote temporary unquote fence. Not as many people here as I would have imagined, although maybe that has to do with the fact that that the plane is coming in from the south, and there may be people congregated at unofficial spots along the southern end of the runway. Skittles, do you want to retract all that stuff you were saying about how professional and smooth this broadcast is? Yes, it was. Could see it right over there at some point. Yes, well, it was. It'll come around. So Texas Girl's back from lunch, just in time to see the A380 come back. People young and old are here to check it out. I don't know, maybe because this plane is coming in early, the A380, maybe that's why there's not as many people here as one might expect.
Echo Yankee, hold short, 36 right, 1168.
Flight 193. Scheduled to be here. Well, scheduled to be here at 3, so it's only going to be about 15 minutes early. And I think I do see it now. It's a pretty big plane. The problem is I can see it with my eyeballs, but it's hard to make out at this distance. I'm trying to go by landmarks. So anyway, it's in. I have reason to believe it's in this shot. Yeah, hold on. Okay, here it is. It's not the one in the foreground, but bear with us.
Cross 36 right at Yankee up the bridge, flying around 65, American 1168.
There's the king.
Hello, to the 9 Alpha,
So after an absence of several months, the king is back.
Oh, okay, so I see. Show up in and out. Have it on video right now. I can see it with just my naked eye. Yeah, me too. Have you even ever seen the A380 before? Where is he now? I've seen it like, it's on Final Approach. Massive one on approach. It just is so big it looks closer, right? Than it really is. It's pretty far away right now. Yeah. Let me see if I can tell every single one of these UPSs. 767, MD11, 767, A300, and I can't tell the one behind it. Pretty sure that's an A300 for sure. MD11 back there. Yeah, you can tell because of the third. And UPS never operated DC-10, and the last DC-10 for cargo airline flew in 2022, so yeah, and they're retiring the other trijet, the MD-11, in 2028, sadly. I was trying to convince my parents to take me to the Paris Air Show 2025 where they unveiled the A350F because I really wanted to go and see that. Oh, it's in Paris? Yeah, it's at the Paris Air Show. But then my parents were like, 6 months is not enough time to save up that much money, and I was like, okay. And then they postponed it to 2026. So in 2026, I'm going to see the Paris Air Show. Oh, good for you. I don't know if I will. I don't really ever want to leave the country. Well, I just want to I just want to go and see it because, like, on vacation. Qantas on the move. Qantas on the move. Is that the 100th anniversary maybe, or is that just the poll? There's a Qantas on the move. So BA A380 and Qantas are both on the move?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that when I was looking at the flights.
1003 off departure, see you.
Qantas starts flying the A380 in August.
Oh, really? Oh, no way. That's crazy.
Tower Skywest 4891 to visual runway 36 left.
2 months later, a whole another year.
So at 2:47, 13 minutes ahead of schedule. British Airways returns its A380 to DFW. Welcome back. Happy New Year.
Cross 36 right at Whiskey Kilo and the ground 185. 9 Alpha.
Yeah, it's apparently going to be like gone for a couple weeks.
And again, BA is only going to be sending this plane here for 2 months or 3 months, January, February, and March.
I used to see them all the time.
After which
It looks from afar.
it will suspend its service between Dallas and London, or London and
Need
Dallas.
a water salute.
I'm sad Airbus canceled
No
that.
water salute, huh?
There might be. Not guaranteed though. And the Qantas taxi. And then Qatar.
American Airlines will pick up the slack with an extra daily flight
Are they landing on
from DFW to LHR,
Oh, I see one.
at least through the fall, and then I guess we'll see what British Airways has up its sleeve.
Like an hour, it's gonna switch.
Okay, because I was about to say, today is like not even that windy, but it's apparently coming from the north.
I'm looking.
I don't
Wait,
see,
I see ground vehicles. On the move. Water salute.
probably ain't going.
It's a 10-year-old plane,
Right over there.
The Embraer.
serial number 173.
It's kind of far away. That's
The A380 makes the MD-11 look like a feature. I've seen all sorts of
And it will head over to its parking space at the corner of Terminal D.
I have not seen
Right, minus 1, American 584.
and I'm hoping one day that I get to see a 787 But you want to know one of the craziest things? I went to Baltimore a few months ago, and 2 days before I left, I checked and saw an Atlas Air passenger 747 flight.
Forward tower, good afternoon, Viva 174, visual 36 left.
Why didn't I book on that? I could have on that flight.
Good afternoon, runway 36 left, runway wind 30 at 6. Thank you, clear to land.
American Airlines flight 70 to Frankfurt. 777 is
Energy line 36 right, 6 takeoff, American 584.
has unparked from Terminal D. It's possible it'll go over to the east side for takeoff. Yin Team Stripes, also LAF, Cathay Pacific, says good afternoon and hello to you.
I think
One of our great channel members with, I think, the longest username of any of our channel members.
those are like, I mean,
Smoke and Slice Barbecue also, why is BA ending its Dallas flights? I believe the answer is that it's been having some problems with its fleet, especially its international fleet. And so it has to kind of it's having some engine problems with some of its planes. So it's got to re-engine some planes or do some other maintenance. And some of its fleet will not be available for several months, or at least they're in the process of dealing with planes that they have but can't be flown. So they've partnered up with their One World affiliate, American Airlines, to make up for the slack on that route. And I expect British Airways will be back, but I don't know. I haven't seen if they've got their return scheduled. But for the summer months, no British Airways flights here, at least for the summer months starting in April. Looks like American Flight 70 to Frankfurt will be taking off from 36 right here on the west side of DFW Airport. So that's good to know.
No, Dash 8 from Las Vegas, Dash 8.
Yeah, it has the same design as an A350.
The A350, the 767.
Like the icon in here.
They all have these things exact options. So sometimes I'll see that icon over
8 minutes away is the Airbus A350-1000 from Qatar Airways. Thank you, Texas girl. That sound was me, her tapping me gently on the shoulder, and I go, ah! Because I have these headphones on, I'm not always aware of exactly what's going on around me. Rich Carlisle, up there in Indiana, says awesome show today. Thank you, Rich. Teresa says thanks, Walt. Very cool and happy New Year. Telly, NZ, channel member. Hi all, happy New Year to everyone. Bill Helton, welcome back to DFW. And Heath Shelton with a God Save the King. Rich says the A380 has arrived in style. Thomas Moore says 4 is greater than 2, as we all know, as does Josh Aldrich. Our moderator and channel member Kai says welcome back, Speedbird Super. And Abdul Wadud Ahmed says welcome back to your second home. So lots of welcome back messages for the big one. Brian Henry, the $5 super chat, says Happy New Year, Walt. Well, we at least get the King for 3 more months, but it will also be exciting to get the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 1 month later. Yes, there's that. And then later in the year, we'll have, of course, the EVA Air flight from Taiwan starting up, which I believe is not a daily flight. I think it's like a 3-day-a-week flight. And I think that's in the fall. They've announced that. So lots of exciting things happening here at DFW International Airport. MR Rice says goodbye. Heading back home, went to eat Korean food for New Year's. That sounds really good. There's a new Korean place that a Korean barbecue place that has opened up in Denton, Texas, which is about a half-hour drive from me, where my grandson lives. And I haven't tried it yet. It just opened recently. But I'm looking forward to giving that a whirl. Somebody had a question about the last time the A380 was here was a couple of months ago, and we saw it land and we saw it take off back on its final flight to London, and then it came back that same night about, I think it was 90 minutes later, after it burned off a lot of fuel. It had some hydraulic problems. Landed safely, but it was here. The plane was here for a few more days while they looked at it and corrected whatever needed to be corrected. Somebody had asked if this plane is the same one that had those issues. APT says that was a different plane, GXLEA, and the one that just landed is GXLEI. Different plane, same model, different plane. Louise Hardy says, hi from the UK. We are on this flight in March. We hope you catch us coming in on our first time on an A380 and also our first visit to Dallas. Louise and Kev Hardy. Aw, that sounds exciting. You're going to be here in Dallas, or are you going to change planes here for somewhere else, as people often do? But in any event, I hope that you are, I'm sure you're looking forward to that flight. Hope you have good weather. Somebody see coyotes? Now, sometimes I don't see things that you guys see because you're looking at larger screens than I am. But this has happened before, when people see coyotes ambling about on the runway. It does happen. Texas Gal 07 says they saw coyotes as well. Country Road saw them too, wondering about that. Yeah, it's not uncommon. And I've heard it mentioned on on air traffic control before, but I'd never seen them personally until Jerry came here for his Big Jet TV broadcast. And what you're looking at there, why, that sure looks like a large-ish plane. I don't see it on the radar, though.
Oh, it's on its way. What time do you have to leave? Because I gotta leave when it touches down.
I don't see a plane there on the radar, but there is one on the move. It looked to me like it was a 747. Guess we'll keep an eye on that.
But it might be off the runway. It might be off the runway.
Meanwhile, back at Terminal D, the the A380 is still waiting for its parking spot. X-ray plane spotting says it'd be great if Virgin Atlantic decided to come to DFW. I would favor that. Louise Hardy says, hi, we are stopping in Dallas for a week before heading out to Galveston for a Disney cruise. Wow, what a great vacation. I hope you have a super good time. Thank you for that information.
I think so. Actually,
Randy wants to know, good afternoon, did I miss the A380 arrival? And yes, the answer is yes. It came in a little early, unfortunately. There it is on the screen there.
Yeah, because I saw it and was like, it might be Qatar, but then it got closer to landing and I was like, that's got to be an A319.
right.
And Qatar has them, but they only use them for runs from like Qatar.
Yeah,
from,
they
like Doha to Dubai.
I feel like those are like. I feel like those are kind of.
Well, it's just after 3 o'clock here in the central time zone of the US of A.
I think it would
Full short 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, American 20.
So let us alert the affiliates to identify the network at this time on Runway DFW. You are watching Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. And we are about to see another big plane arriving, this one from Doha. It's an A350-1000. It is Flight 729, Qatar Airways. That, of course, a very long flight. 15 hours and 39 minutes. And even this one's arriving a little bit early, about 8 minutes early.
Are you leaving? Why? Wait,
So welcome from that on that flight. Let's check in with the King of the Skies.
Oh, it was last minute. Nice to meet you too. I'll call you later. Alright. So, why did you change?
Cross 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, point 85. Good day, Aviation 2673.
Jacob Smith says, just curious, but I can't find the departure for the A380. When does it depart DFW? I will find that out.
Departure 3526, yeah.
I will consult my oracle.
Yeah, this 747-8
Clear to land.
take off. It's going to Anchorage.
Maybe this one right over here that's coming out.
Yeah, it's that one.
And so the departure of this plane you're looking at, the A380, is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. And there in the foreground is the A350-1000, the little brother of the A380, although it's actually a longer, it's a lengthier plane than the A380, but it's, of course, doesn't have 2 floors.
Is that the
Switch
T-Move?
to South Flow.
Is that the T-Move that you go with? It could be. You know a T-Move, you know how I am.
But I don't know why the A380 hasn't found its parking spot yet.
We can see concepts of when we look at. We can go back and look at
I mean, sometimes when planes land early, they have to wait for another flight which may be at the gate, which hasn't had an opportunity to depart yet. But
I'll be right back. I'm going to go over there. You can come in.
and this is a little, usually the Qatar planes, their parking spot at Terminal D is around the other side of Terminal D where we can't see them. So maybe this is taxiing to a spot to similarly wait for its gate to become available.
American 2066 taxi via Echo and Yankee, but hold short of runway 36 right, please.
Echo, Yankee, short 36 right, American 26.
That was 49 for the previous. You target afternoon, runway 36.
Whoa.
Go ahead with your
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's why I was making those sounds. cargo 747. So here I am watching the King of the Sky, and a Queen of the Sky was taking off.
American 2066, carry what for you. You can cross runway 36 right, effectively Yankee, contact ground, 65, top to Yankee Bridge, please. Have a nice day.
Cross 36 right, Yankee 65 on top. Have a great day, American 2066.
Beginning to be a soap opera here to figure out what the deal is with this plane.
Echo Golf 8, we'll hold short 36 right, American 1440.
So Telly NZ keeping an eye on things for us. Did I ever determine where that plane was going to? You know, I never saw it on my radar. That's why I didn't know it was there. That's so odd. Now I'm looking at Flight Radar 24, and sometimes I have my DFW filter on it. This time I did not, but that was a stealth flight.
I cross 36 right at Golf 8, we'll touch ground on their side. Have a happy New Year.
The what? Oh, well, I think it's waiting for a gate, just as the Texas girl was asking me why the Qatar flight that just came in is not moving, and the reason is, I suspect, that it doesn't have a gate available for it. Oh, okay, well, it's good seeing you, Texas girl. Thank you for coming out. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Take it easy, and we'll see you soon. So there is this big plane, just kind of taxiing around, waiting for a place to park. I think the
DFW tag at 21
yeah, we're about to see, you may have heard it, Qantas Flight 21 Heavy from Melbourne is on final approach. And we'll take a look at that momentarily. Meanwhile, the big A380 still has its brakes on. And there is the that Qatar flight is coming up to see us here. And again, its passengers have been on that plane. Well, they'll be on the plane for 16 hours before it gets to the gate, apparently. So our next arrival is Flight 21 from Melbourne, Qantas. A plane that left just under 15 hours ago from Melbourne, a 7879 Dreamliner. The Flying Roo about to touch down here on Runway DFW on a New Year's Day edition. Happy New Year to you.
36 right at Yankee, ground point 65, top of the bridge, please, good day.
Cross 36 right at Yankee, top of the bridge, ground point 65, American 2114, we'll see you. Radar American 1850 is visual 36 left.
American 1850, give the attack, good afternoon, runway 36 left, for land 13603.
Through land 36 left, American 1850.
American 1676, give the attack, good afternoon, there was a hawk reported at Airbus height at Golf 8 and 36 right. Traffic cross runway 36 right, left way.
Just heard the ATC say there was a hawk reported at Airbus height.
Washington 21 heavy taxi via Echo and Yankee, front hold short of runway 36 right, please.
I wonder if there'll be a parking space for this.
Washington 21 heavy, if you could call the ramp, give you a spot number. A number of people at the Delta terminal are being held off.
So the dispatcher said a number of people at Terminal D are, a number of planes at Terminal D are being held off. Now, I don't know what that means. Well, it means they can't park.
A minute ago, an Airbus reported a hawk at 36 right and Golf 8. The news caution said it was at airplane height, runway 36 right, left way.
So what we're hearing, there was a hawk reported at airplane height along 36 left. And of course, birds are always a concern at airports. So it's a little disconcerting to have an airport where big planes are coming in and there's no place to put them. Now again, I don't know if this is I don't know what kind of issue it might be at Terminal D. There's the Qatar plane, which has come all the way up here to the northern end of runway 36 right, or at least a taxiway, to wait its turn for a terminal. It's going to be a little while for that, I guess. Here comes the Qantas plane that just landed. And there you see behind it the King of the Skies, which has now been on hold for almost a half hour. So what a welcome back to DFW Airport. You land and then...
Qantas 21, no spot yet, just confirming Yankee hold short 36 left.
Hold short to runway 36 right, big right, turn at Yankee, hold short to runway 36 right, Qantas 21 heavy, please.
Yeah, sorry, Yankee hold short 36 right, Qantas 21.
American 1828, you cross runway 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, contact ground point 85, please.
Ground 36 right, Whiskey Kilo.
I can only imagine as a passenger how frustrating that may be. I'm sure a lot of you have been on a flight like that where you land and you think, okay, we're almost there, and then you can't disembark, you can't deplane.
Runway 36 right, left wait, hawk forward at 36 right and Golf 8 is on Airbus height.
Michael Benvenuto says hello from a finally sunny Southern California, wishing me and Mrs. Runway DFW and the DFW family a happy and prosperous 2025. Looking forward to another fantastic year of DFW streams. Well, we'll be out here as often as we possibly can. As
we already are, American 29.7.
As our regular viewers know, I do have a regular full-time job, so that impairs me somewhat from being out here as often as humanly possible, but
American 1850 taxi via Echo and Whiskey Juliet, hold short runway 36 right, please.
that accounts for our kind of irregular schedule that we have. Hey, you were going to surprise me, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am, we're on.
That's Angela Smith over there with her big lens. Why were you here for the A380? No?
Yeah,
Oh, you're down there. Okay, you got a good look at it. That's what I was saying. Angela Smith, an accomplished photographer, and she's got her big lens, and you know, she got herself in a position to get a good look at the A380 as it was coming in on the south side. Well, here you see
Tower American 1850, we have spot 135.
the Qatar A350 1000 there on the left, and the Qantas 787 on the right. Both of them now kind of just hanging out, waiting for a place to park. And the big A380 still waiting for its turn. Now that's been waiting the longest. Our friend Vince Las Vegas, a channel member, says Happy New Year to you, Walt and friends. Hope you've enjoyed the holiday season. Yes, indeedy.
Clear to land, runway 36 left, American 1820.
So now we've got camera 2 fired up so it can keep an eye on those two planes. As camera 1 keeps track of this plane. What's going on?
Echo Yankee, hold short of 36 right, American 2927.
Alaska 909, our nav to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear takeoff.
A Few Train Zat is checking in from the UK. Hello, A Few Train Zat. Happy New Year to you. As of today, still have not received the package that you kindly sent us, A Few Train Zat, but we're on the lookout for it. I know it's gotten as far as Chicago, so thank you for that in advance. Andrea Molson says British Airways should be on gate D16, D16. I can't, from our perspective, it's hard to tell if there's something parked there. In that vicinity is a Sun Country plane, which is backing out now to go to Minneapolis. I don't know if that's the A380 gate or not.
36 right, clear for takeoff, Skywest 4841.
So I guess we'll get back to the moving planes because nothing is happening right now. Qantas Flight 21. Oh, I'm looking at that. Yeah.
Departure Alaska 99, so on.
Qantas Flight 21, that's it there, I think. Yes, that came in from
Echo short of
Melbourne. So I was just so curious. Three big wide body planes with no place to park. Okay, now Marku says, is it connected to a tug? Usually they come in under their own power. I can't tell from my perspective if there's a... can you see a tug there? I don't think I see one. You have a tug to push them back from the gates here at DFW, but typically I don't see... it's not a feature of them getting tugged in.
Good day, Skies 4841. American 21 Clear to land, runway 36 left, but hold short of taxiway.
A few trains that says that package is in transit to next facility, so it's still doing a tour of the network. Well, we'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you again for that dispatch. I can't wait to see what's in it. Andrew says Qatar should be on gate D11, which I believe is on the
After the heavy, hold short 36 right at Yankee, American 22.
the side of the terminal that we can't see from here. In fact, I think, yeah, both Qatar and Qantas are both on that side.
All right, 36 right, cross at Whiskey Kilo, ground point 85, American 1820.
American 1233, DFW Tower, traffic is crossing, runway 36 right, line of void.
36 right, line of void.
Charles Bout says, "Man, I wish I was there to get a static shot of these two planes." I know. I just wish they were a little closer together. We have an Air Canada cargo plane which came in over on the east side, I suspicion. It came in from Atlanta about 15 minutes ago, and it's waiting to cross over to the west side cargo area. This is a 767-300.
Okay, we check cross 36 left, Charlie to the ramp.
1989.
And yeah, that's it's not quite as old as that ABX Air 767 we saw earlier, but 35 years, nothing to sneeze at.
Give it away, Max 2017. Runway 3649, please go
3649 tower, wind 010 at 5, runway.
Well, all the interesting things are happening on the ground right now. We're keeping our eye on the sky to see if anything of interest is arriving or taking off. But
on 3512, the min instructions at Whiskey Kilo, hold short, runway 36 right.
Okay, 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, runway 36 right.
American 1233, RNAV to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
and if you're new to DFW Airport, there are two sides to the airport, east and west. We're on the west side. The west side is where the international terminal is, but not all the international flights come in on this side. And there are two sets of bridges on the north and south sides of the terminals, which provide for access between the two sides of the airports for the aircraft.
Echo, you can show your 36 right, American 2190.
Oh, Canada.
Onboard 3512 at Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, contact ground, point 85.
36 right at Whiskey Kilo, 0.85, happening here,
U2, American 1233, contact departure.
American 1233, departure.
Charles ponders the question, both airlines start with a Q. Coincidence? Not only that, but both airlines start with a Q and then no U after the Q, right? I mean, you're supposed to have QU, right? So. Telly NZ says that should be the
Echo Yankee, hold short, runway 36 right.
The Turkish plane. I don't see it on the radar, but I believe him. chance once again to get a nice static shot of these beautiful aircraft.
Tower, good afternoon. Delta 870 on the visual at 36 left outside box.
Delta 870 DFW Tower, wind 030 at 4, runway 36 left, cleared to land.
36 on clear land, Delta 870.
American 1809 at Yankee Cross, runway 36 right, contact ground point 65.
I don't have a Viva that's sitting.
Yankee Cross 36 right, point 65, American 1809.
I have no idea. I mean, I've seen it happen like with one plane before, but now we've got three. And they're all big planes with a lot of passengers.
And I see Turkish, it keeps turning off its
Yeah, somebody said it was pushing back, but I looked at the radar, I didn't see it. Maybe it's going on
it
and
looked
off.
like it was, but it's sitting there, so
Well,
I'm quite sure somebody's waiting on that spot.
yeah. Well, that's Angela Smith there. We only have questions. We don't have the answers right now.
Runway 36 left, cleared to land, wind 040 at 5.
Runway 36 left, clear to land, sir.
And there once again is the A380.
49, Activia, Echo, Zulu, hold short, runway
That has now been waiting for 40 minutes. Now again, it's a sunny day. It's not like we've got any kind of weather here, but maybe there's something technical going on at Terminal D. I just don't know. I don't, anything that I say is, I classify that as speculation. APT says, I think Turkish. This, my tripod moved, didn't it? Oh, no.
Yankee hold short, 36 right, and we're spot 104 down, 36 right.
Well, I guess Flight 193 has moved a little bit.
Cross 36 right, Yankee over the ground, 2185, 3649
That's a Viva Aerobus in front of it there. What is going on? Is it being tugged? I guess it is being tugged. I think. Because I don't think the plane will go backwards by itself.
Clear land, 36 left, hold short of Zulu for American 2837.
So I guess maybe there's a bit of a traffic jam down there.
67, taxi via Astley Whiskey Kilo, hold short, runway 36 right.
Hold short 36 right, Whiskey Kilo, runway 3767.
American 9er, wind 020 at 7. RNAV to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Right, RNAV Haskell, 36 right, takeoff.
Frontier 4065, DFW Tower, runway 36 right, line of 40.
So yes, this plane is going backwards.
American 3175, power, wind 020 at 5, runway 36 left, clear to land.
Yes, Gerard, that's exactly what I'm thinking. A few trains out says, typical, British come in, cause chaos. But Anna the dispatcher says, it happens, LOL. So yeah, I apologize for the picture being just a tad fuzzy, but that is owing to the fact that it's We're looking at something that's about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from us, and there is some interference with the ground heat waves. I talk about heat waves. It's temperatures. Temperature is
Delta 870, give way to traffic at Zulu left to right.
Give way traffic at Zulu to Delta 870.
51 degrees Fahrenheit.
Cross runway 36 left, hold short runway 36 right.
Cross 36 left, hold short, 36 right on Zulu, American Mobile 816.
American 1279, taxi Echo Yankee, hold short runway 36 right.
Echo Yankee, short, 37 American 1279.
There goes a Frontier flight off to Seattle.
Right, contact ground 185.
Cross 36 right, ground 85, envoy 3767.
American local 816, cross runway 36 right, contact ground 185.
Planes are still coming and going. There does seem to be some activity there at the front of the British Airways plane. Polite chaos, says O'Malley. After H. Stott said, but we do it politely. Cajun Josh says Sun Country just got pushed back and it looks like it's getting out of the way of the A380, so maybe things can return to normal now.
Right and 2165, top of the bridge, Delta 870.
American 1279 at Yankee, cross runway 36.
Texas Girl says Flight Tracker 29 shows that Qantas is doing circles, but whereas we just show it sitting there. So the King of the Skies, going on 45 minutes now of limbo.
Runway 36 left, clear to land, wind 030 at 5.
Karen Glenn says good morning from a warm central Victoria, Australia, where it's 8:33 a.m. and going to be hot today there. Yes, now that it's officially summertime. Welcome in, and good morning to you. Happy Sunday morning there in Australia. Telly says the Turkish flight is pushing back. And it is now, in fact, the Turkish flight is now headed down, it's headed to the takeoff spot. Don't know if it's going to go over to the east side. It should take off from over here. No, it could go over to the east side. What am I saying? So, if you're just joining us, here's the situation. This plane, the British Airways A300, which was the star of today's broadcast, returning to DFW after an absence of several months, landed early, about 10 minutes early, and it's been more or less parked in that spot since it got here about 45 minutes ago. After that plane arrived, the Qatar A350-1000 there on the left and the Qantas Dreamliner on the right both landed, and they have been assigned a parking spot that's not at a terminal. There's Turkish. Flight 292, it's going back to Istanbul. It's a Dreamliner. So at least we've got one parking space freed up at Terminal D. And DFW has just one terminal that services international flights. Some airports have multiple ones. We just have one. I think there are some exceptions that can be made for other, there may be an emergency or some limited service for international passengers at other terminals, but typically most of the international flights come and go from Terminal D, and especially when you've got planes with massive loads of passengers, these big wide-body planes, you want to go somewhere where there's the infrastructure to handle that kind of activity. Crisscross Applesauce says 45 minutes. Problem, we have a Houston. LOL. And a few trains out says the amount of times the railways in the UK have accidentally gotten into a Mexican standoff is quite crazy, easily rectified though. The trains are kind of designed to go backwards and forwards. Planes not so much. At least under their own power.
Spirit 1941 on aptitude, runway 36 right, flip check off.
Majid Shibani, channel member, says Viva needs some love too, and yeah, that's kind of gone unnoticed by me. Thank you for that, but it arrived from Viva Aerobus arrived from Mexico City 45 minutes ago, about the same time that the A380 did, and it does not have a parking spot yet. Now this, finally, the King is under power, and there's the Viva Aerobus there, which is also apparently waiting for a place to deplane. But it looks like at least the A380 is now finally about to reach its port. This plane that you see here landed 51 minutes ago.
Turkish 1 Delta Papa Heavy, DFW Tower, are you ready?
Turkish Dreamliner will be taking off from over here on the west side. So I hope any of the passengers on this plane don't have a tight connection. As we take a look over here, the Qatar flight is now on the move. It apparently may have a place to park. But what of the A380? It's now kind of stopped short of its parking spot. But there goes the big Qatar flight. It's
Delta 2556, that's our departure.
Departure Delta 25.
Turkish 1 Delta Papa Heavy, R9 to runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 2 for takeoff, Turkish 1 Delta Papa.
ta-da!
American 2359, DFW Tower, runway 36 left, clear to land, wind 030 at 5.
Departure east, clear to land, 36 left, 2359.
Well, we're happy to bring you the finale of this epic journey from London. Just about to put the brakes on there. And I would guess that its departure might be delayed a bit.
On board 3825
Hold on here. Here comes Turkish.
at Whiskey Juliet, cross runway 36 right. Contact ground 185. Acknowledgement call signs only.
3825. Envoy 4029.
Break 2202, Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, hold short, runway 36 right.
Echo 2, Whiskey Kilo, hold short 36 right, American 2202.
Back to Istanbul.
DFW Tower, wind 020 at 4.
Qantas and Qatar now both on their way to Terminal D. So whatever problems were plaguing the intake of planes, apparently it's now been resolved, I guess. A few trains at says right. Time to head off for me. See you all soon. Happy New Year to you. A few trains at. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and for your support of the channel. Something right over us. What was that? No, I don't see it. Something shiny in the air. Several thousand feet right over us, and I don't see it now. Huh. I did see it.
American 2202 and onboard 4113 at Whiskey Kilo, both cross runway 36.
Well, here goes the Sun Country plane. We don't see those as much. I believe I read that Sun Country is cutting back on its passenger, or its scheduled passenger service in favor of cargo. Did I read that right? Or am I thinking of something else? That plane, I believe, headed to its home base of Minneapolis, St. Paul. Yes, it is. Flight 502, 737-800 was that. We have a new subscriber. Thank you to you. And Maj says, looks like finally everybody is going home. So here's a look at the, oops, didn't mean that. Now we have music. Rid of that. So there's the Qantas, the two Qs, the Qantas and the Qatar, slowly making their way to their assigned positions at Terminal D. It looks like the Viva Aerobus is still waiting. It came in from Mexico City, and it is now approaching an hour of wait time. And again, I guess I would expect something like this to happen if there had been, a lot of delays here or something. If it was bad weather but it's like a perfectly clear day. We're having all these delays. Well, just another day in the life of an airport. We're in kind of a lull here as far as landings and takeoffs go. Well, I take that back, as we do have a landing that's imminent. Not a big plane, not a giant one. It's American Eagle 4817 arriving from Durango, a CRJ 701. Coming in after an hour and 26 minutes in the air. It's operated by SkyWest. I guess this does have the SkyWest livery on it. You may have seen in that picture we do have a Qantas and a Qatar plane parked in the overflow parking area. They'll be going back to Doha, and the other one I think will be going to Sydney later today. Well, right arriving is American Flight 49. It's a 777-200 coming in from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
Cross 36 right at Yankee and ground 65 on the bridge. Skywest 4850.
This flight coming in just shy of 10 hours, which I think the other flight from Paris also came in at. 777-200 ER. 23-year-old plane.
Whiskey Kilo, cleared to cross 36 right, ground point 85, American 49 Heavy.
Alaska 586, runway 36 left.
Alaska 586, DFW Tower, wind 010 runway 36 left, cleared to land.
36 left, cleared to land, Alaska 586.
And we have an Alaska Airlines Plane on final approach now. Flight 586 from Seattle. It'll be a MAX 9. As you see rocketing off into the sky there on the east side of the airport, American Flight 678 to Fort Lauderdale.
Alaska 586, I have no one behind you, so you can roll to Yankee.
Roll to Yankee, taxi Alaska 586.
American 1499, DFW Tower, RNAV to G-Line, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
RNAV G-Line, 36 right, clear for takeoff. 14.
Karen Glenn says, pressing the wrong buttons. I put the aircon on Christmas Day as it was so hot, and the next day realized that I had the blasted heater on by mistake. It was so hot inside. Hello?
Just wanted to say hi.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. I really appreciate what you do.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm from DFW. We moved to Pennsylvania, and I get to watch this.
Oh,
anytime
wow.
you're on.
So you're just visiting?
Yeah, we're just visiting right now. We're about to head out on Saturday. So
Oh, wow.
I just wanted to say hi.
Well, thank you.
I really appreciate it.
What's your name?
Austin.
Austin?
Marlowe in the chat.
Austin what?
Austin Marlowe.
Okay, Austin Marlowe. Okay, well,
But I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Austin. It's so nice to see you.
Great to meet you.
So Austin Marlowe in the chat, who was came by to say hello. He moved away, but he still likes to see what's going on here. The plane you see there is another plane that's destined for Terminal D, the international terminal, American Airlines Flight 1030, which came in from Cancun just 5 minutes ago. So if you're on that flight, buckle your seatbelts or loosen your seatbelts or whatever, but well, keep them on. But you may be in for a little bit of a wait if our current experience is any indication.
1499, switch. American RNAV to G-Line, runway 36 right, clear for
American Flight 1499 off to San Antonio, an Airbus A319. I guess we missed the arrival of the Alaska MAX 8. Was it MAX 8? MAX 9 coming in from Seattle. There's the end of its taxi.
Tower American 2081, visual 361.
2081, DFW Tower, runway 36 left, clear to land, wind 030 4.
36 left, clear to land, American 20.
American 2878, RNAV to G-Line, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Right, 2178 on G-Line, just take off.
Departure is Lima, altitude 3029. Alaska 303 RNAV to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff. American 3138, Haskell, cross, runway 36 right, line of wait.
So Pacos Tacos 584 says the ramp cleared the British Airways A380 into the gate as Turkish was pushed back. British Airways didn't have the clearance to park at their gate since Turkish was blocking. Big whoopsie for the ramp control. Okay, so if that is accurate, that helps describe what we were just looking at for the last hour or so.
Alaska 586 at Yankee, cross runway 36 right, contact ground 0.65 on top of the bridge.
Alright, cross 36 right at Yankee, ground 0.65 on bridge.
Alaska Flight 303 off to Portland, Oregon, a 737-900. For your consideration here on Runway DFW.
American 3138 RNAV to G behind runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
There goes Alaska Flight 586 over the bridge to the east side for its gate at Terminal E. That's the MAX 9 we saw coming in from Seattle a few moments ago.
American 685 RNAV to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff. Envoy 3915.
And we've come to another hour here
American 2081 taxi via Echo Whiskey Juliet, hold short, runway 36 right.
Echo Whiskey Juliet, hold short.
of aviation stuff for you here at Runway DFW. Let's do this.
Happy New Year to you.
Well, it's the year 2025. Never thought those words would be coming out of my mouth. The year 2025. But yes, Happy New Year to you from Runway DFW. So happy you're spending a part of your New Year with us. Although, of course, well, New Year's Day with us. Of course, we've got at least one viewer in Australia who's watching, where it's already well into the second day of 2025. But nevertheless, Happy New Year to you from Runway DFW. Too many graphics.
Happy New Year! Should old acquaintance be forgot? Happy New Year to you.
American 2081 at Whiskey Juliet, cross runway 36 right, contact ground 185.
Whiskey Juliet, cross 36 right, ground 0.85 American.
APT says, all right, everyone, going to head out. I'll try to come see you when you stream next time. I look forward to that. Thank you so much for helping out with us, helping us out today with that good information you had. And APT says, Happy New Year, everyone. Justin Marks wants to know how long is the A380 back? Still can't figure out what's happening with BA. Well, as we mentioned earlier, the British Airways A380 is back till the end of March. There's the 380, now finally parked at its terminal. But it will only be flying through the end of March, as we said, and then British Airways will suspend its flights between London and Dallas, and American Airlines will add a 5th daily flight on that route. And I'm not sure what's going to happen after that. I would think BA would want to keep DFW in its network, because it is a partner with American Airlines in the One World Alliance. But I guess that just depends on where else they have obligated themselves to fly, or where they might think is most useful to dispatch their equipment to. So we'll see. Abdul is headed out. Have a great day. See you all next time. Good to see you again. So let's see.
Echo Yankee, hold short, runway 36 right.
Echo Yankee, hold short 36 right. Several small birds crossing west to east, quarter-mile mark.
We've got a report from a pilot of several small birds.
United 528, thank you. And just for the tapes, hold short, runway 36 right. What's your call sign, please?
No problem, hold short 36 right at Yankee, United 528.
And a message from our great moderator Gerard over in the Netherlands. Thank you, Gerard, for those kind words. As you can see, we're here at our regular spot at Founders Plaza. We're looking over to the east side now. Saw that out of the corner of me eye. And I'll identify that for you here in a second. That was American Flight 20 off to London Heathrow. A 777-200. It's funny how your eye kind of just latches onto those big planes.
Delta 948, DFW Tower, runway 36 right, line up, please.
Here comes a United plane, which just landed from Denver. It's a 737-900.
Echo Yankee short of 36 right.
We're about to see the departure of Delta 948 to Los Angeles in Airbus A319.
0.65 on top of the bridge at Yankee crossing 36 right, United 578. Over departure.
So let's see if we can get that in our sights on Runway DFW. Saturday. It's not Saturday, it's Wednesday. See, I'm not used to being here in the afternoon on a weekday. Wednesday, January 1st, 2025. Practice that for writing on your checks. Do people still write checks anymore? That used to be a thing. You'd start writing a check and it's a different year. right, here we go, off to the City of Angels. Wow.
Frontier 3212 at Yankee, cross runway 36 right, contact ground point 65 on top of the bridge.
At Yankee, cross 36 right, ground point 65 on top of the bridge, Frontier Flight 3212. March your shuttle.
You may have just heard it, American Flight 280 coming in from Incheon Airport in Seoul is about 2 minutes away. That'll be a 777. That is the same flight number I came back from Seoul on in, I guess that was the end of September. It was operated by a Dreamliner back then. That was my first Dreamliner flight. It is now being operated by a 777. American Flight 3732 just about to touch down. American Eagle Flight 3732. I should be more specific. It's a Embraer 170 from McAllen, Texas. That's a journey of just an hour and 7 minutes. Karen Glenn says, going out for lunch later. Have to jump in the shower. Thank you, Walt. In case you finish, thank you, Karen. Have a good lunch. I didn't have any lunch today. I stopped into the Starbucks, grabbed a coffee and a cheese Danish, which is the easiest of their pastries to eat while you're driving. Just finishing off the coffee now. And, you know, because it's a little chilly out here, it's still not terribly warm yet. Alrighty, here comes Flight 280 from Seoul. This flight departed 12 hours and 4 minutes ago from Korea. It's a 23-year-old 777-200ER. Left about 15 minutes late. It's arriving about 10 minutes early. Scheduled at 4:25. Sundown is at 5:31. So we're just a little more than an hour away from sunset here in North Texas. And I didn't come equipped to go into the night tonight. So once sundown rolls around, we'll be rolling up the carpet here at Founders Plaza. So both American and Korean Air fly between here and Seoul. Korean Air is not a partner of American Airlines in the One World Alliance. I had a good experience on Korean Air on my A380 flight from Los Angeles to Seoul last September. So I flew to Seoul on Korean Air from LAX and came back on American back to Dallas.
American 280 Heavy, Whiskey Juliet, cross runway 36 right, exit at ground 185.
Whiskey Juliet, cross 36 right, 0.85 on the other side, American 280 Heavy.
So we'll see if this plane has to wait. Now, American does have more gates than other airlines over at Terminal D, so maybe they will not have to go into timeout.
Home within 513, DFW Tower, runway 36 left, clear to Miami, wind 01085.
And speaking of big aircraft, Kalita Air Flight 868 is now on the radar. It's a 747-400 going to Anchorage. So we hope to see that big plane making an appearance soon. We like 747s around here. Don't see enough of them, if you ask me. The Kalita Air is scheduled to depart at 4:30, according to the authority, Flight Radar 24. So let's see if this plane indeed does get a berth straight away.
Highway 3625, cross running 36 right at taxiway Whiskey Kilo. Contact ground 112.85 other side. Have a good day.
Cross runway 36 right at Whiskey Kilo and ground plane 5 on board 3625.
Much appreciate you.
Appreciate ya. So we're looking to see if this airplane can pull right in. Although I think the traffic jam earlier did have to do with some planes getting into the wrong position and then having to be repositioned so that other planes could move. And one of our viewers was attributing that to ground control, which is different from what we listen to is the air traffic control. But there are separate radios, frequencies for the planes as they are moving in and out of the terminal areas. And that's an entirely separate responsibility which gets handed over once the planes have taxied into terminal range.
DFW Tower, 2530, visual 36, front runway.
That Kalita airplane is now on the move according to Flight Radar 24. Yeah, but yeah, it does look like this flight from Seoul is moving into position to park at Terminal D. Looks like resupply trucks are poised to refill its snack bins. Meanwhile, crossing over to the terminal area after a refreshing, relaxing spa treatment over at the hangar area, American Flight 13, a 7879 Dreamliner, is sauntering over for its next assignment. And so let's turn our attention to the 747, which we may or may not be able to see quite yet. But it's down there somewhere. We'll see it make a turn as it heads over to runway 36 right for takeoff. All right, Pacos Tacos 584 says the space at the gate, around the gate, is actually controlled by ramp control, which is a non-FAA position staffed by American Airlines at terminals A, D, and C, and by Envoy at B and E. So thank you for that clarification. This is a person who sounds like he knows what's going on, right? EW says, my condolences to the USA on this sad day. And yes, probably heard about the incident in New Orleans in which a pickup truck rammed through a crowd on Bourbon Street. When I was driving in, the last I heard was that there were 10 people who were killed and more than 30 injured. And that information may have changed since the last I heard it, but an awful time. People celebrating early this morning in New Orleans. So our thoughts are with those who were affected by that tragic event, which I believe, again, the last I heard, was being called a terrorist act. Well, Kalita Air, it looks like it's maybe one plane ahead of it, but this is off to Anchorage.
$19.98.
And we do want to salute our 20th century planes. This one dating back to November of 1998, 26 years old. The Queen of the Sky, 4 is greater than 2. It's our exclusive Runway DFW equation.
County 858, heavy order, go on 836 right, set for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff is the Kalita Air.
American 2386 with outside of Bob and visual frequency level.
American 1672, taxi via Echo Yankee, hold short of 936 right.
Echo Yankee.
60 tower, good afternoon, call to Rachel Plus, heavy Boeing 74, departing aboard runway 1040 936 last to the last.
Clear line 36, American 2386.
Tower flash major Wilson, departing heavy Boeing 74, traffic will cross downfield, 1836 right, left away.
Actually, can we get a second before we take the runway to go 6325?
At 6325, hold short 1836 right, advice ready.
Hold short 36 right, fall back.
Connie 868 heavy, safe travels, contact departure, have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, Connie 868 heavy.
Sounding and looking good. Got lost as I was turning my tripod around 180 degrees, kind of lost track of it there for a second. Safe travels to the frozen tundra of Anchorage.
5 is charged.
2365, USB tower, good afternoon, current wind 030 536 left to the land.
For land, reach left on point, 55.
Got a plane coming in from Phoenix. American Flight 2386. An Airbus A321neo.
Iron 2997 needs to be tower, yep. 2997, use Foxtrot Whiskey Papa, the traffic down there needs a minute, traffic will cross downfield, 1836 right, line away.
And the dispatcher says she can hear that Kalita Air above her head right now. Hans Olav Mark over there in Norway, saluting the 747.
Whiskey Kilo, clear across, 36 right, Foxtrot, Yankee, and 0.65 for the ground American 23.
Temerario 89 says Happy New Year, everyone. If someone noticed a dog or coyote in the field at 2:48:18 p.m., greetings from U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary at Lake Ray Hubbard, wishing you all a great New Year. Thank you, Temerario. Yes, there was some mention of coyotes in our picture earlier. I did not see it personally, but that won't be the first time that I've not seen coyotes on our screen before, because it just happens that I can't always, because I'm looking at, as you can imagine, a screen that is much smaller than the one that many of you are looking at. I just don't see everything. There's the British Airways A380, which we saw come in earlier, and then it spent an hour on the ground before it could actually make its way over to the terminal due to apparently some miscommunications or something to do with the ramp control at Terminal D. And a Qantas and a Qatar jet were also involved in that delay, so that they had there's a lot of waiting around for a while on this bright sunny Wednesday afternoon, New Year's Day. Anna notes that coyotes are very common sighting at DFW. And we have seen them here. On Runway DFW before. That was American 2997 to the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco, 737-800. Yes, it is a very nice day here. 51 degrees Fahrenheit, wind out of the northeast at just 5 miles an hour. The flags behind us are almost still.
American 3970 to Telegram afternoon, tropical cross count fuel, 4836 right, line up and wait. Runway 3685, traffic will go into position on time to wait. Whiskey Juliet, call 4836 right, ground on 112.85, have a good day.
Cross 36 right, Whiskey Juliet, ground 85, runway 3685.
6325, happy New Year, contact departure, good day.
New Year, departure,
Looks as though there's an American 7878, which is making its way over to the hangar area, I think. Yes. So there was a little break in the action on runways 36 right and left, so it got the big wave to head on over. Well, look at that. There's a Happy New Year to us from our friend Cranky OG 757. We know him better as Chip. Thank you, Chip, for that. Happy New Year to you. The Plane March is a channel member, says Austin has a good plane spotting area. If you can find a spot on one of the boulders to shoot pictures over the fence. Yeah, we've been to Austin once. That was not last year now. It was in 2013. They were very nice to us there. We did shoot in the morning from that position. And the day before, I had clearance from the airport authority. It was kind of a last-minute decision to go to Austin, and I called into them, and they said, "Yeah, can I get up on top of one of the garages where it's kind of a restricted area?" And they said yes, and we had a great view for one of our trips there, or on our first day of spotting there. I remember it was very hot. I can't remember what month it was, but it was a hot day. But it was great fun to see that. We got to see some planes we don't normally see. Christopher Crooks with a nautical ahoy there, everyone. And our channel member El Gato says hello and Happy New Year from Argentina. So speaking of hot, it's probably, well, it is summertime there. And speaking of channel members, I should do this at this time. We've got a couple hundred members of the Runway DFW family as far as memberships go, and I do, like every broadcast, to acknowledge these fine folks who help support the channel financially. So let's do that now. This is our first credits of 2025, and top of the list is to our channel sponsor, James Webb. James, Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for your support, your ongoing support of the channel. Very much appreciated. I know that that's a name that's familiar to all of our regular viewers. So thank you again, James. And now we'll acknowledge our Quad Jet channel members, the tippy top of our membership list. This list, by the way, was compiled as of 9 a.m. this morning. So it's our first list of the new year. But if you become a member since 9 a.m. this morning, your name will not be on the list. So you'll see it next time. But here's our Quad Jet channel members: A-List Flyer Chris, Alan J, Angela Smith, who was just here in person a while back, Anna the Dispatcher, you see her in the chat, one of our mods, Beaker and Honeydew, Beve, Cranky OG 757, thank you, Chip, Cubs Win, Deborah Klein, Dwayne C, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, up there in Oklahoma City, Kai, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Network, Patrick Woders, Pete Nordine, Raina Taylor, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal from up there in Boston, Skittles, a great supporter of the channel, thank you Skittles, Steve Lundaby, another tremendous supporter of the channel, who gifted a lot of memberships earlier, as did Skittles. TNT, oh my, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. And now for the next few minutes, as we discuss other things, you'll see along the bottom of the screen the names of all of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members on Runway DFW. And while we were going on about that, in comes Flight 37 from Madrid, American Airlines, at the 777-200. $19.99. There you have another 20th century plane to mark off on your bingo card. Finished up a trip of just shy of 5,000 miles. 10-hour and 12-minute flight.
36 right, line up and wait on way 3823.
That Air Canada 767, Air Canada Cargo 767, we saw coming in earlier. Well, we didn't see it coming in, we saw it taxiing across the runways. Well, it's about to depart, at least according to Flight Radar 24. It's on the radar. It's going to go back to Toronto. Is that Air France down there? I believe it is. An Air France Dreamliner -9, it's going back to Paris. It's flight 159.
LA 3025, our next G line, relay 36 right for takeoff.
Josh Aldrich says thank you to everyone who has supported Runway DFW in 2024 and your continued support of the channel as we enter 2025. Thank you, Josh. I so appreciate your membership and also your moderating skills.
LA 3923, hold for 936 right with Kilo Lima.
And au revoir, Air France, says Josh. Look at him with the language skills there.
Good afternoon, with calm, runway 36 left to land. LA 3923 with Kilo cross right 36 right, gun on 128, 5 minutes 9 of the day.
Farida Bet says Delta Charter Flight 8923 for the Cleveland Cavaliers is flying in from LAX. Unfortunately, landing at Dallas Love Field at 6 p.m. Well, we won't get to see that. We were at Dallas Love Field, was it just yesterday? It was just yesterday morning, on New Year's Eve morning. We got on the air late, and then we had, it seemed like more than the usual amount of idle time during that broadcast as far as plane activity, but yeah, we had fun, and I appreciate all of you, or those of you who were there with us for some of that. It's always fun to go over to Love Field.
Thanks
so much, you too.
Bye-bye.
right, line of way, traffic cross, downfield.
So the Air France flight scheduled to leave at 4 o'clock. It is running about 45 minutes late, I guess.
Tower, American 1215, Southern Dead, 36.
Scheduled to arrive in the City of Lights at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Clear to land 36 left, American 1215.
So I guess if you're a passenger on this flight, the idea is just to conk yourself out and try to get some rest so you have a full day in Paris tomorrow. It's a 7-year-old 7879 Dreamliner here on Runway DFW on the first day of 2025.
Sky 63, 40 traffic is in a position, cross running 36 right up Whiskey Kilo, join the Yankee route, ground on 12165 on top of the bridge, have a good night.
Remember that flight that came in from Madrid? Well, there it is. It's waiting for a gate, I guess.
Air France 159, heavy ordnance, half full running 36 right, set for takeoff. Affirmative, ordnance to half full.
About to arrive here at DFW from Shanghai, China. American Flight 128, be a 7878 model. It's I'm going to say 5 minutes away or so. That says 9 minutes. So what do I know?
American 2625, hold short and running 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, it won't be long.
Hold on short, 36 right, 2625, 17.
Bunch of things, American 795, Houston Tower, good afternoon. Caution way turbulence for reporting heavy Dreamliner traffic will cross that field for internal spacing, runway 36 right, line up and wait.
36 right, American 797. Tower, 6391 on the visual for 36
Sky 6391, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Wind 0305, runway 36 left to land. American 2625, cross right 36 right, taxiway Whiskey Kilo, traffic will in position, ground on 112.85, other signs for today.
Thanks, go across 36 right, Kilo, ground on the side, American 12625.
Well, we're getting close to sundown time here.
American 795, again, caution for that wind turbulence, start at the hospital, runway 36 right.
5:33 is sundown, so just about 45 minutes away.
Whiskey Kilo. American 2130, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Runway 36 right, line up and wait.
There is the American flight from Cancun, no, from Madrid, I'm sorry. Still waiting for its berth at Terminal D. Meanwhile, the Air France, the classic, sorry, Air Canada 767, which we saw earlier, taxiing, is now on its way to, it's driving around. The 767, which we saluted earlier as probably the oldest plane we'll see, well, one of the oldest planes we'll see, dating back to 1989.
Take care, departure.
So we're waiting for it to make itself known to us. It should now be scooting over from right to left. There it is. So let's head back to Toronto. We were speaking of James Webb not too long ago, and here he is with a $200 super chat. James, I don't even know what to say except thank you so much. Happy New Year. Hope you had a great holiday season. I was looking through our list of channel members when I was preparing the list that you see scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen. And James was one of our first members to join the channel 20 months ago. So he's a long-term supporter of the channel, and again, much appreciated. Thank you so much, James.
Alright, cross Julia, take your appointment up the bridge.
So it is time for this 35-year-old 767 to, well, I was going to say to take off, but actually I believe it's headed over to the east side for takeoff, which makes sense for a Toronto-bound flight. So there you go. That leaves us to watch an American Airlines Airbus A319. It will be going to Lubbock, Texas, flight 1041. Here on what we like to call our DFW, but you know what? That's not so important right now. Let us turn our attention to the southern sky for the arrival of the plane we mentioned earlier coming in from Shanghai, China. Flight 128. A Dreamliner Dash 8. This will be ending a 12-hour and 32-minute flight.
Engineer, good night, American 1041.
The RJ is underway. Disregard. Traffic will cross Hempfield. Runway 36 right, left and wake. Runway 4106, Total Connect, Gordon, have a good night.
Order departure, runway 4601, Happy New Year.
Thanks once again to the Runway DFW channel members whose names you just saw go by. Luke the Random Spotter with more thanks for our channel sponsor, James Webb. Friend of Aviation. Well, we saw that Air France flight going out. Or not Air France, Air Canada flight. Air Canada cargo flight taxiing over. Here comes an American Airlines flight from Calgary in Canada. It's flight 2517 in Airbus A319.
American 1360 needs to tell good afternoon, runway 36 right, line of the way. Tower, good afternoon, thanks for the heads up. Current wind is 01015 and you're going to land on runway 36 left.
Gonna land 36 left, onboard 3047.
3046, looks like you're my last one out there.
Vivek Shetchi says, Happy New Year, Walt, and Happy New Year back to you. And to all of our Runway DFW family members. Here comes American Flight 1101, lifting off for San Antonio, Texas. It's an Airbus A321.
American 1316, RNF 29, runway 36 right, take off.
The plane you see there is American Flight 37, which came in from Madrid almost 20 minutes ago. It has not yet gotten its gate assignment yet, apparently. American Flight 48 at 777, which is going to Paris, is, where is that? was looking for on my other cameras, looking for the flight going to Paris, but it is going across the bridge to the eastern side of the airport. I think we can catch it here as it taxis over.
Paris 2647, cross 336 right into Ski. The traffic is in a position, ground on 121.85, other side, have a good day.
Cross 336 right into 0, ground 0.85, and then 47.
American Service 60, coming, starting tonight. Paris 2617, cross 336 right into 0,
Cross 36 right.
Becky H. Davies says Happy New Year. Thank you, Becky. Appreciate that.
Await 3405, turn left heading 340. Climb maintain 10,000 feet, runway 36 right.
Austin Marlowe says, good to see you, Walt. I think Austin was who we saw stop by earlier. And thank you to you, Austin, for saying hello.
Echo Whiskey Juliet, hold short of 36 right, now Boeing 30.6.
I missed this acknowledgement of Mr. Santa Claus, who's been a Twin Jet member for a month now. Best wishes for 2025. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Santa Claus. I guess you got some time on your hands now for a little while. And did I see this earlier from Brian Henry? I apologize if I missed it. Brian Henry with a $5 super chat. Happy New Year. We'll at least get the King for 3 more months, but then it will be exciting to get the Cathay A350 1000 1 month later. Yeah, I think we did see that one, but I didn't want to miss it, so thank you for sharing that with us. There in the late afternoon sunlight is the flight that came in from Madrid. Let's see if we can catch one final look at the Air Canada flight, Air Canada cargo. There it is. The 767 from the 1980s is headed back to Toronto.
Current wind is 0104, U.S. Federal Land on runway 361.
Land 367,
788, I have no one behind you. If you're an east sider, you're welcome to roll down the Yankee if you so choose.
Yeah, we're west side.
Get a little sip of water here.
Late 3733, same level, Connect Circus, Beijing.
3733, switching to the
American from the RNF Hospital, 936 right, take off.
I see Jane Welshie Lady in the chat room. Hello, Jane. Who says, my pilot friend was at Dallas yesterday with American. Sorry we missed him. We were over at Love Field yesterday. Can't be everywhere, you know. But it's good to see you, and Happy New Year to you, Jane. Over there in the UK. Got a young plane spotter over to the left of us. Getting an early start. Headed out was American 2270 to Omaha, 737-800. About to land now from San Francisco. Flight 2798. I have to say that with the late afternoon sun, the images from afar are a little clearer than they were earlier this afternoon. Flight coming in from San Francisco after 2 hours and 44 minutes. And it is landing about 40 minutes early. So we have a lot of early arrivals today.
DFW Tower, American 420, Charlie.
And this flight from Madrid is just glowing in the late afternoon sun. Flight 37 came in 27 minutes ago now. I moved around our behind the scenes camera to more take advantage a little more of the late afternoon sun. Jane says, thank you, Walt. Do you have a Facebook page I could post on? Do I? I can't remember. If I do, I haven't. I think, did I start one? I don't know if I started up a Facebook page. I have a Instagram page which I keep thinking I should post something on there. We get people who connect to our Facebook page, but I haven't really posted anything on there recently. Our friend AA Pilot Wife has offered to help me get my Instagram page going, because she's got a very active Instagram page. What was that taking off there? Taking off over on the east side. That's going off to Paris. So that was flight 48, 777 off to Charles de Gaulle Airport.
Order
departure. Have a good rest of your night as well. Happy New Year, Envoy 3429.
And yonder comes American Flight 420 from Denver. And people have noted before the flight number 420, which is often associated with marijuana. And of course, Colorado has liberalized its marijuana laws, and so I think the flight 420 is not accidental. I don't know, maybe not.
Envoy 3423 over.
American Local 3 Kilo X-ray traffic on a 3.5 mile flat cross running 36 knots and taxiway Zulu Kilo to the ramp with me. Happy New Year.
It's an Airbus A321 on its way to the terminal area.
Echo Yankee short of 6 right, American.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the long distance shots have gotten a lot clearer. And Jane says, horrendous weather at London Heathrow today. Dodgy landings from a well-known channel. Well, you can say Big Jet TV here. We don't mind that. 2024 was the year I got to meet Jerry of Big Jet TV. He came here to DFW Airport last year and here for a couple of days for members-only presentations, and he was pretty busy, but he did say hello and got to watch him in action. Very nice guy. I see Delta Flight 1703 on final approach on runway 36 left. It's an Airbus A220. And you can see the runway lights are already twinkling here, even before the sun sets. Just about to lift off into the skies, American Eagle 6271, which will be going to Colombia.
71, RNF to half, Florida 36 right, check-up. Delta 1703, Echo Yankee, hold short of 936 right.
Echo Yankee, short of 936 right, Delta.
So once the Delta gets out of the way, well, there it is. Delta will hold short so that this little plane might get up into the sky.
Runway 3725, use the telegraph to UB5 and trail from the traffic midfield. Runway 36 right, line up away, traffic will cross.
I hate when that happens.
Over departure, Happy New Year, Skyway 6271.
Thanks so much, you too.
We have a Queen of the Skies.
36 right, 2165, Happy New Year to you, Delta 1703.
Looky there. It is Cargo Lux, flight 6713 coming in from Luxembourg. It departed 10 hours and 3 minutes ago. It's just about to touch down here at DFW Airport.
Your choice, Whiskey Juliet or Whiskey Kilo.
Harold Short, 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, onboard 3466.
LA 3725, RNAV 2, Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Haskell. Our boy 39, I'm just getting middle 66 seconds.
LA 3986, give to the tower, good afternoon, the wind 36 or 5, York, settle land on runway 36 left.
The next is onboard 39.
It's a 7478 model. A 10-year-old plane.
Whiskey Kilo, Delta West Base, Kilo.
LA 3353, DFW Tower, good afternoon, traffic will cross downfield, runway 36 right, line of midway.
36 right, line point, onboard 3353.
LA 3423, traffic holds in position, taxiway Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 36 right, bound on 12.85 other side, have a good night.
Crossing right, Whiskey Kilo, point other side, onboard 34.
LA 3725, state travel contact, Roger, have a good night.
Large runway 3725.
I'll be 3353, RNF to G-Vine, runway 36 right, for takeoff.
RNF to G-Vine, runway 36 right, for takeoff, onboard 3353.
Baron 286040, to tower, good afternoon, traffic underway, 236 right, out of the way. I'll be 3463, to tower, good afternoon, the wind is calm, runway 36 left to the left.
So a little bonus Queen action for you there. So we watch those, well, some of the plane. Make the turn into the cargo area here on the west side. Chia, channel member, says, Walt, Happy New Year. And thanks for the membership. Andrea Molson says, Cargo Lux, one of my favorite 747 liveries. Well, you know, anything, I say, any livery with a stripe on it has got a place in my heart. I can tell it's going to start getting cold here soon. Well, it looks like the plane we'd been keeping track of, that flight from Madrid, is now on its way to a gate. There it is there. 777 came in from Madrid 39 minutes ago. And its passengers are finally going to get out and stretch their legs pretty soon. C5 Allen, channel member, says, hello, Walt and the Runway DFW community. Happy New Year to you. Thank you.
American 2976, RNM 2 Haskell, runway 36 right, over takeoff.
And of course, the plane we came here especially to see today on this New Year's Day, the British Airways A380, is there parked at Terminal D. It, as we documented for you here, it landed a little early, but then it had an hour wait before it was able to find a gate space because of some kind of mess up at the on the gate at the ramp area. It wasn't an air traffic control thing. It was a kind of a ramp miscommunication. So this plane is scheduled or estimated to depart at about 7:30. So more than 2 hours from now. It'll be dark and we will have been gone by then. Unfortunately, we're not going to be doing an overnight show tonight.
Cross 36 right, Whiskey Kilo, ground the other side, on the way 5466.
So before the sun goes down, which is not very long from now, we'll do some more plane watching for you. Coming in from Mazatlan, American Flight 2778, an Airbus A320.
American 665 with 36 left, partner line.
American 665, you can tell we're going to afternoon. Thank you for the heads up.
1999.
25-year-old Airbus A320. We turn our camera around. Not to burn our sensor, but just to give you a look at the sunset. Now just 13 minutes away, technically, officially. Ian Fleming says, evening everyone from Scotland. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, Ian. You may be able to see them in the sky here. We've got a number of flights on final approach. Coming in from Montrose, from Burbank, from San Diego, from Los Angeles. They're all lined up there. It's a little... We get a little better view of things as far as planes taking off, though. United Flight 2655 to Denver, an Airbus A319, is in that category. Let's see if we can get our eyes on that. And we're trying to do that. it is.
1998.
Another 20th century plane, this one going to Denver. An Airbus A319. Not a baby bus, as we've been corrected by our European friends. Maybe a minibus? A toddler bus, but not a baby bus. Texas girl says Polaris. Polaris? 2 minutes from landing? I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Volaris. Okay, Volaris. From Mexico City, yes. That's in line to land. About 2 or 3 planes ahead of it.
Traffic will go into position at taxiway Whiskey Kilo 1236 right, join the Yankee route, ground on 112.65.
Okay, you're crossing to 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, Yankee route, and switching ground at DFW.
United 2635, same trouble, contact departure, have a great night.
One departure, have a great day, and 2665.
And Texas girl says American coming in from London in 10 minutes. Well, that might well be our final plane of the evening. So the next plane checking in here in the twilight sky is American Flight 1658 from Los Angeles. Camera's always trying to auto-correct for color, and at this time of day it doesn't know what to do sometimes. It's Airbus A321.
Airbus 2650 or an van runway 36 right, this is takeoff.
2.5 hour flight from Los Angeles. Don Rogers says Happy New Year to the Runway DFW family. Thank you, Don. real quick, will will this work? I'm not sure.
Alaska 573 needs to turn
No.
afternoon traffic across downfield 236 right, line up and wait.
I was trying to do the sunset, but these cameras have, these camcorders tend to go a little crazy at sunset as far as focusing goes. This is the Volaris flight from Mexico City, flight 4800. It's Airbus A321neo. With that sun going down, that chill in the air is just, it's become biting. Technically sunset still about 5 minutes away, but I think we're about to see the last of it here. At Founders Plaza, anyway. Esther says, "Hi Walt, can we see American Flight 36? Let me look into that for you." Well, we can see Flight 36. Let me get that in range for you. As we say goodbye to the sun. Texas Girl says, Texas sunset's always beautiful. They're pretty reliable. Kevin Reed, howdy from West Texas. Now, as far as Flight 36 to Madrid, I believe that's what we got in sight here. I would expect that it could possibly be shuffled over to the east side for takeoff, but at least we can see it taxiing. This flight was scheduled to depart at 5:20, 10 minutes ago, so it's pretty much within range.
1999.
And that's another 20th century 777-200ER. Going to Madrid. Josh Aldrich noting that people are clicking the like button. Thank you for that.
Second 21 heavy DFW tower, good afternoon. Current wind 36 over 4 right, 36 left to the land.
So this plane is still it's getting to the point where it would make a turn if it's going over to the east side. And by turn, I mean turning left. There you see one of the Qatar jets in long-term parking It'll be going out most likely later this evening. But you see Qantas there. It looks like it's on the way to the terminal. There goes the Flight 36 to Madrid, making the left turn to head over to the bridge for an east side departure.
Flight 4090 contacts the tower, good afternoon, cross right triple ensure 4 miles in trail of a heavy Boeing Dreamliner, runway 36 left, middle land.
36 left, clear to land on Flight 4095.
We've got American Flight 21 from London Heathrow, 7879 Dreamliner, which is on final approach, just one plane ahead of it. And I think that'll be our final landing of the evening. As your host is chilling, literally. Little Roo, says Josh, and of course we'll see the big Roo, the A380, later this year, now that it's 2025. In August, I believe it is. All right, let's shift our field of view. Over to the American Dreamliner coming in from London Heathrow, 7879 Dreamliner. American Flight 21, let's see, this seems like all the flights from London have come in under 10 hours today. This one, 9 hours and 27 minutes, so you know, it's making good time.
Flight 4960, you see the tower, all day is going to release you, ready?
That was for 3967, we're ready for 36 right.
Thanks, American 3279, hold short over 936 right at Whiskey Kilo, won't be long at all.
Hold short, ready for the 60.
American 3279, Whiskey Kilo, cross 36 right, ground on 112.85, other side, traffic will go to position on. Good night.
Press 36 right, ground 27,
Holly 4838, cross 36 right, Lori, stop for you, ground on 112.85, good night.
Well, it's been another satisfying afternoon of plane spotting here at Runway DFW. We got to see the return of the A380 for a limited time only. It is now parked at Terminal D, ready to go out about 2 hours from now is what's on the schedule. Got to see some 747s. Got to see some older 767s of the cargo variety. We got to see some landing mix-ups, not landing, but some extended waits on the tarmac for planes as they waited for their gates as things got sorted out. That Volaris flight that we saw coming in a short time ago looks like it's going to be, well, it's been directed to fly north. It actually made a loop according to flight radar, and now it's just I guess killing some time. It landed 8 minutes ago coming in from Mexico City. So that's going to about do our first broadcast of the new year. Hard to believe this is the now, let's see, this is now the 5th year in which we have done broadcasting. We started Runway DFW at the end of 2021, and here it is 2025, so it has been a fun time, and I'm just so glad I've gotten to know you over these years. And if you're new to the channel, I hope you enjoy what you see and you'll come back. We operate on an irregular schedule here. Try to be here 1 or 2 nights a week, and on one of the weekend days, usually Saturday. But there are exceptions to the rule, and sometimes we'll go over to Love Field in Dallas for some alternate plane spotting, just as we did yesterday morning. But this plane looks like it's in for a bit of a wait.
American 598, DFW Tower, runway 36 right, line point. Tower, runway 36, visual 36, left. Runway 3761, DFW Tower.
All right, let me put on some musical accompaniment here. That's what I was looking for. All right, you've been watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on this Wednesday, January 1st, 2025. I hope you will come back and see us on Runway DFW. Set your notification bells accordingly. And what you saw there going out was Flight 36 to Madrid. Hold on. We told you about that earlier. We had some interest in that flight. So there's Flight 36 to Madrid. Adios. Buen viaje.
Cross, runway 36 right, I went kilo net ground, runway 49. Cross 36 right, with kilo ground,
Yes, even as we try to say goodbye, things happen. The plane parked right in your shot there is Flight 21 that just came in from London Heathrow. It too is looking for a parking space. But what we were trying to start to say is, well, first of all, thank you so much to the Runway DFW team of moderators, the Moderation Federation. Much appreciation to you for all of your help with this broadcast. So thank you to you. Thank you to our channel sponsor, James Webb. Thank you to all of our channel members who financially support the channel. Thanks to you, Runway DFW subscriber. If you're not, it's free. Just click on it and join in. And thank you for you who are just a viewer, just kind of casually popping in and saying, what is this? If you like airplanes, we're here for you on several days a week. We got lots of things in our library if you just want to settle in and watch stuff. We'll be back soon, some night this week most likely, maybe the morning. I don't know yet. We have an irregular schedule. I'm out of words. But one thing I can say is Happy New Year from us at Runway DFW. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Extravaganza, what does that mean? Well, we leave our camera on while we're packing things up. We play some music and we just hang out, and you can have some fun. You can talk to each other in the chat, listen to the music, and that's really about it. There's not much more to it than that. So Chat Extravaganza coming up on Runway DFW.
side. Alpha 32. Cross 36 right with Kilo over the ground over 270.
Great memories. Do you remember?
The hits just keep coming.
348 joint, Echo 2 high speed.
just the brightest plan.
You may have seen me there talking to Cody and his friend. They were interested in what I was doing here. What am I doing? Of course, they're just seeing me packing up what was left of our Runway DFW layout. So anyway, that's it for us on Chatstravaganza. Let me turn off the Chatstravaganza information there. And that's it for us now. I hope you will watch again. Thank you for watching Chatstravaganza. Thank you for watching in general. And I appreciate you and your support of the channel. Back soon with you. Happy contrails to you until we meet again next time on Runway DFW.
DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, DFW, runway DFW, DFW, runway DFW, one more, you on runway DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, runway DFW, Should old acquaintance be forgot? Happy New Year to you.